Fools. They have not witnessed the power of WoW in a full 8 hours of sleep in a long, long time. Oop. Do you guys just like throats ever make weird noises? You ever just randomly gargle? That happens to me sometimes. It's weird. For some reason, the book was on the wrong tab. Or we call it language. I was explaining something in a conversation I had earlier today. I was explaining the concept of what it means to use a different framework for programming in a programming job. And I describe it as like, imagine if your job was to speak, for example, English in however it is you normally speak, wherever you're from, whatever environment shaped your accent to be what it is now. And then one day, your employer tells you that you have to learn how to speak English in a different accent for within 2 weeks. And that's going to be your new position. Imagine having 2 weeks to learn a Southern drawl and be able to speak in that consistently. That's what it's like to have to learn a new framework for a given programming language. In my case, it was having to learn Vue over React in JavaScript. Like, it is still JavaScript. It is still the same language, but you're speaking it differently. And you're expected to not think of it in the same way you would think of coding in React. Anyway, let me pull up my reading playlist. I have a reading playlist now. There's 28 songs in it. I need more. I need way more because I read for 4 hours at a time on these streams unless I fucking fall asleep because I'm on 4 hours of sleep. So feel free to suggest more. The idea is that it's going to sound like stuff like this. Hello, chat. It's me. Oh, right. I can't donate to the Internet Archive right now. I have to read. Anyway. When he remembered the scene afterwards, this is how Raskolnikov saw it. The noise behind the door increased, and suddenly the door was opened a little. "What is it?" cried Porfiry Petrovich, annoyed. "Why, I gave orders." For an instant there was no answer, but it was evident that there were several persons at the door, and that they were apparently pushing somebody back. "What is it?" Porfiry Petrovich repeated uneasily. "The prisoner Nikolay has been brought. Someone answered. "He is not wanted. Take him away. Let him wait." "What's he doing here? How irregular!" cried Porfiry, rushing to the door. But he began the same voice and suddenly ceased. 2 seconds, not more, were spent in actual struggle. Then someone gave a violent shove, and then a man, very pale, strode into the room. This man's appearance was at first sight very strange. He stared straight before him as though seeing nothing. There was a determined gleam in his eyes. At the same time, there was a deathly pallor in his face, as though he were being led to the scaffold. His white lips were faintly twitching. He was dressed like a workman and was of medium height. Very young, slim, his hair cut in a round crop with thin, spare features. The man whom he had thrust back followed him into the room and succeeded in seizing him by the shoulder. He was a warder, but Nikolai pulled his arm away. Several persons crowded inquisitively into the doorway. Some of them tried to get in. All this took place almost instantaneously. "Go away, it's too soon. Wait till you are sent for." "Why have you brought him too soon?" Porfiry Petrovich muttered, extremely annoyed, and as it were thrown out of his reckoning. But Nikolai suddenly knelt down. "What's the matter?" cried Porfiry, surprised. "I am guilty. Mine is the sin. I am the murderer." Nikolai articulated suddenly, rather breathless, but speaking fairly loudly. For 10 seconds there was silence as though all had been struck dumb. Even the warder stepped back, mechanically retreated to the door, and stood immovable. "What is it?" cried Porfiry Petrovich, recovering from his momentary stupefaction. "I am the murderer," repeated Nikolai after a brief pause. "What? What? Whom did you kill?" Porfiry Petrovich was obviously bewildered. Nikolai again was silent for a moment. "Alyona Ivanovna and her sister Lizaveta Ivanovna, I killed with an axe. Darkness came over me," he added suddenly and was again silent. He still remained on his knees. Porfiry Petrovich stood for some moments as though meditating, but suddenly roused himself and waved back to the uninvited spectators. They instantly vanished and closed the door. Then he looked towards Raskolnikov, who was standing in the corner, staring wildly at Nikolai, and moved towards him, but stopped short, looked from Nikolai to Raskolnikov and then again at Nikolai, and seeming unable to restrain himself, darted at the latter. "You're in too great a hurry," he shouted at him, almost angrily. "I didn't ask you what came over you. Speak! Did you kill them?" "I am the murderer. I want to give evidence," Nikolai pronounced. "Ugh! What did you kill them with?" "An axe. I had it ready." "Ugh, he's in a hurry. Alone?" Nikolai did not understand the question. "Did you do it alone?" "Yes, alone. And Mitka is not guilty and had no share in it. Don't be in a hurry about Mitka." "Ugh. How was it you ran downstairs like that at the time? The porters met you both." "It was to put them off the scent. I ran after Mitka," Nikolai replied hurriedly, as though he had prepared the answer. "I knew it!" cried Porfiry with vexation. "It's not his own tale he is telling," he muttered as though to himself, and suddenly his eyes rested on Raskolnikov again. He was apparently so taken up with Nikolai that for a moment he had forgotten Raskolnikov. He was a little taken aback. "My dear Rodion Romanovich, excuse me," he flew up to him. "This won't do. I'm afraid you must go. It's no good your staying. I will... You see... What a surprise! Goodbye." And taking him by the arm, he showed him to the door. "I suppose you didn't expect it?" said Raskolnikov, who, though he had not fully grasped the situation, had regained his courage. "You did not expect it either, my friend. See how your hand is trembling." "You're trembling too, Porfiry Petrovich." "Yes, I am. I didn't expect it." They were already at the door. Porfiry was impatient for Raskolnikov to be gone. "And your little surprise? Aren't you going to show it to me?" Raskolnikov said sarcastically. Why, his teeth are chattering as he asked. "You are an ironical person. Come, till we meet. I believe we can say goodbye." "That is in God's hands," muttered Porphyry with an unnatural smile. As he walked through the office, Raskolnikov noticed that many people were looking at him. Among them, he saw the two porters from the house, whom he had invited that night to the police station. They stood there waiting. But he was no sooner on the stairs than he heard the voice of Porphyry Petrovich behind him. Turning round, he saw the latter running after him, out of breath. "One word, Rodion Romanovich. As to all the rest, it's in God's hands. But as a matter of form, there are some questions I shall have to ask you. So we shall meet again, shan't we?" And Porphyry stood still, facing him with a smile. "Shan't we?" he added again. He seemed to want to say something more, but could not speak out. "You must forgive me, Porphyry Petrovich, for what has just passed. I lost my temper," began Raskolnikov, who had so far regained his courage that he felt irresistibly inclined to display his coolness. Don't mention it, Porphyry replied almost gleefully. "I myself, too. I have a wicked temper, I admit it. But we shall meet again. If it's God's will, we may see a great deal of one another." "And we'll get to know each other through and through?" added Raskolnikov. "Yes, know each other through and through," assented Porphyry Petrovich, and he screwed up his eyes, looking earnestly at Raskolnikov. "Now you're going to a birthday party?" "To a funeral." "Of course, the funeral. Take care of yourself and get well." "I don't know what to wish you," said Raskolnikov, who had begun to descend the stairs, but looked back again. "I should like to wish you success, but your office is such a comical one." "Why comical?" Porphyry Petrovich had turned to go, but he seemed to prick up his ears at this. "Why, how you must have been torturing and harassing that poor Nikolay psychologically after your fashion, till he confessed. You must have been at him day and night, proving to him that he was the murderer. And now that he has confessed, you'll begin vivisecting him again. 'You were lying,' you'll say. 'You are not the murderer. You can't be. It's not your own tale that you were telling. You must admit it's a comical business.'" "You noticed, then, that I said to Nikolay just now that it was not his own tale he was telling?" "How could I help noticing it?" "You are quick-witted. You notice everything. You're really a playful mind, and you always fasten on the comic side." "They say that was the marked characteristic of Gogol among the writers." "Yes, of Gogol." "Yes, of Gogol. I shall look forward to meeting you." "So shall I." Raskolnikov walked straight home. He was so muddled and bewildered that on getting home he sat for a quarter of an hour on the sofa trying to collect his thoughts. He did not attempt to think about Nikolay. He was stupefied. He felt that his confession was something inexplicable, amazing, something beyond his understanding. But Nikolay's confession was an actual fact. The consequences of this fact were clear to him at once. Its falsehood could not fail to be discovered. And they would be after him again. Till then, at least, he was free and must do something for himself, for the danger was imminent. But how imminent? His position gradually became clear to him. Remembering, sketchily, the main outlines of his recent scene with Porphyry, he could not help shuddering again with horror. Of course, he did not yet know all of Porphyry's aims. He could not see into all his calculations. But he had already partly shown his hand, and no one knew better than Raskolnikov how terrible Porphyry's lead had been for him. A little more, and he might have given himself away completely, circumstantially. Knowing his nervous temperament and from the first glance seeing through him, Porphyry, though playing a bold game, was bound to win. There's no denying that Raskolnikov had compromised himself seriously, but no facts had come to light as yet. There was nothing positive. Or was he taking a true view of the position? Wasn't he mistaken? What had Porphyry been trying to get at? Had he really some surprise prepared for him? And what was it? Had he really been expecting something or not? How would they have parted if it had not been for the unexpected appearance of Nikolay? Porphyry had shown almost all his cards. Of course, he had risked something in showing them, and if he had really had anything up his sleeve, Raskolnikov reflected, he would have shown that too. What was that surprise? Was it a joke? Had it meant anything? Could it have concealed anything like a fact? A piece of positive evidence? His yesterday's visitor? What had become of him? Where was he today? If Porphyry really had any evidence, it must be connected with him. He sat on the sofa with his elbows on his knees and his face hidden in his hands. He was still shivering nervously. At last he got up, took his cap, thought a minute, and went to the door. He had a sort of presentiment for that today, at least, he might consider himself out of the danger. He had a sudden sense of almost joy. He wanted to make haste to Katerina Ivanovna's. He would be too late for the funeral, of course, but he would be in time for the memorial dinner, and there at once he would see Sonia. He stood still, thought a moment, and a suffering smile came for a moment onto his lips. Today! Today, he repeated to himself. Yes, today. So it must be. But as he was about to open the door, it began opening it of itself. He started and moved back. The door opened gently and slowly, and there suddenly appeared a figure. Yesterday's visitor from underground. The man stood in the doorway, looked at Raskolnikov without speaking, and took a step forward into the room. He was exactly the same as yesterday, the same figure. The same dress, but there was a great change in his face. He looked dejected and sighed deeply. If he had only put his hand up to his cheek and leaned on his head on one side, he would have looked exactly like a peasant woman, excuse me. What do you want? Asked Raskolnikov, numb with terror. The man was still silent, but suddenly he bowed down almost to the ground, touching it with his finger. What is it? Cried Raskolnikov. I have sinned, the man articulated softly. How? By evil thoughts. They looked at one another. I was vexed. When you came, perhaps in drink, and bade the porters go to the police station and asked about the blood, I was vexed that they let you go and took you for drunken. I was so vexed that I lost my sleep. And remembering the address, we came here yesterday and asked for you. Who came? Raskolnikov interrupted, instantly beginning to recollect. I did. I wronged you. Then you came from that house? I was standing at the gate with them. Don't you remember? We've carried on our trade in that house for years past. We cure and prepare hides. We take work home. Most of all, I was vexed. And the whole scene of that day before yesterday, in the gateway, came clearly before Raskolnikov's mind. He recollected that there had been several people there besides the porters, women among them. He remembered one voice that suggested taking him straight to the police station. He could not recall the face of the speaker, and even now he did not recognize it, but he remembered that he had turned around and made him some answer. So this was the solution of yesterday's horror. The most awful thought was that he had been actually almost lost, had almost done for himself on account of such a trivial circumstance. So this man could tell nothing except his asking about the flat and the bloodstains. So Porphyry, too, had nothing but what delirium. No facts but this psychology which cuts both ways. Nothing positive. So if no more facts come to light, and they must not, then what can they do to him? How can they convict him, even if they arrest him? And Porphyry then had only just heard about the flat and had not known about it before. Was it you who told Porphyry that I'd been there? He cried, struck by a sudden idea. What Porphyry? The head of the detective department? Yes, the porters did not go there, but I went. Today? I got there 2 minutes before you, and I heard it all, how he worried you. Where? What? When? Why, in the next room. I was sitting there all the time. What? Why, then, you were the surprise? But how could it happen? Upon my word. I saw that the porters did not want to do what I said, began the man. For it's too late, said they, and maybe he'll be angry that we did not come at the time. I was vexed and I lost my sleep, and I began making inquiries. And finding out yesterday where to go, I went today. The first time I went, he wasn't there. When I came an hour later, he couldn't see me. I went the third time, and they showed me in. I informed him of everything, just as it happened. And he began skipping about the room and punching himself on the chest. What do you scoundrels mean by it? If I'd known about it, I should have arrested him. Then he ran out, called somebody, and began talking to him in the corner. And he turned to me, scolding and questioning me. He scolded me a great deal, and I told him everything. I told him that you didn't dare to say a word in answer to me yesterday, and that you didn't recognize me. And he fell running about again, and kept hitting himself in the chest and getting angry and running about. And when you were announced, he told me to go into the next room. Sit there a bit, he said. Don't move, whatever you may hear. And he set a chair there for me and locked me in. Perhaps, he said, I may call you. And when Nikolai had been brought, he let me out as soon as you were gone. I shall send for you again and question you, he said. And did he question Nikolai while you were there? He got rid of me as he did of you, before he spoke to Nikolai. The man stood still, and again suddenly bowed down, touching the ground with his finger. Forgive me for my evil thoughts and my slander. May God forgive you, answered Raskolnikov. And as he said this, the man bowed down again, but not to the ground, turned slowly, and went out of the room. It all cuts both ways. Now it all cuts both ways, repeated Raskolnikov, and he went out more confident than ever. Now we'll make a fight for it, he said with a malicious smile as he went down the stairs. His malice was aimed at himself. With shame and contempt he recollected his cowardice. And with that, we're on part 5. Where it realistically would have been a better spot to end last week, but 4 hours of sleep does that shit to you? Alright, and with that, I'm going to unmute Limbus Company so we can do thread excavation! Oh, but first, let's collect our rewards.
자, 판 돌아갑니다.
느껴졌어? 내가 너희를 위해서 주문을 외웠는데. 응, 잘 걸린 것 같아. 자, 지금 싸워보는 거야.
Kill my chudlings.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
심장을 노려!敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
자신 있으면 잘해봐.
그런 식으로도 보이는 건가?
실수.
그래서 놀랐다고 했지. 잘했다고 말했잖아. 셔터레. 선배를, 스승님을 행복하게 할 수 있다면 이 끝에서 다 함께 기쁨을 나눌 수만 있다면.
I do like that the addition of the rest of the Don trio gave Don Sinclair, who was a fucking old ID, new voice lines. Also, sorry for starting the stream late. What's the word? I was getting angry about totalitarian internet updates.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들
여전히 무섭고
손가락 안에서
그럼에도
내로라는
멈추고 싶지 않아.
너희가 보여준 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줄 것이야. 사냥꾼들 무술이 해체해줄게.
영입해야 하는 건데.
사무실 직원을 전후에 재정리해.
잘했습니다. 엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 나보다 제일 뛰어난 게 정이었고.
징계팀에서 다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한 장비가 남아있었나 봐.
나를 비추는 주홍빛이 꺼지지 않도록 거세게 만들지 말고.
전에 이렇게들 허약해서야.
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
One of my tweets got liked by someone named Gregor Backshots. Jesus Christ.
안에서도 내로라는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가
I feel like Gregor's a bottom.
혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
He doesn't strike me as the kind to be giving backshots.
워프 율차 연산 시스템은
I feel like he'd be getting pegged by Rodion.
너네들도 해냈구나. 전부 나라도 그랬을 거야.
이렇게들 허약.
나쁘진 않았습니다. 실력을 잘 이용하지 못하셨어.
제압할까 봐 도움이 큰 거 아니야?
Strong aura, strong aura, strong aura.
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
Also, no guarantees, chat, but tonight might be a double stream.
왜? 몰랐어? 내가 말했잖아. 난 듀엘에서도 일기토에서도 접은 적 없다고.
Gloom, huh? Alright. Bro, at least uncapped great try to 3. Okay, this is a really good Yisang. Wonderful.
그럼 입장해 보지.
I probably shouldn't use this Gregor in this comp, but
의도는 모르겠지만
it's fine.
이걸로
I don't care.
공평해졌네. 당신 짝패군요.
편히 쉬시게.
Holy shit, she rolled 3 heads on 0 sanity. Oh fuck.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
관리자님은 그래도 어디에 누구누구처럼 직원들을 사지로 내모시나?
지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
여명의 빛과 같이.
Wait, I should have clashed with Otis. What am I thinking? the stack. No!
속삭.
I just realized I made her use red. I'm dumb. I should not be using this fucking team. I'm fucking illiterate.
예측할 수 없게.
억제 성공. 진짜. 격식한데.
저런 사람을 영입해야 하는 건데.
사무실 직원을
아무것도 남지 마라.
I just realized I didn't read a chapter before starting the thread lecturation, so we're gonna read 2 chapters after we do this before we start the mirror dungeon.
조정 불고를 전하겠어. 이 처참한 포화 고적이 그대를 화장할지니. 그 후로 남지 않으리.
이제 씨 수에선 벗어났나?
눈부시지 않고 두려워하지 마.
I should really be using like Butler Otis or Faust for this
청소 타입 비확인. 위험 인물이
instead of
다소 위축되어
Greg.
있는 것으로 판단됩니다.
예측할 수 없게.
Wait, that was a waste. I should have done it on the next enemy.
그분을 조세며 가까이서
자세 틀림은
자세히
없구나.
보겠는가.
시생멸법. 오래
The Mao
가치는 떨어지는 법이지.
wasted it.
예측할 수 없게. 대응 완료.
워프 열차 연산 시스템이
Fucking
정리 방식의 선택에
neutral
적절했음을
sinking as
판단했습니다.
ability.
훌륭합니다.
지키기 위해서. 너도 누군가에겐 합해졌겠지만 살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
징계팀에서 다
1, 2,
산코
3.
장비가 남아 있어.
Oh man, this guy's getting fucked.
인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를
We one-turned this bastard.
이제 신경 쓰이던 공격은 해소되겠다.
Alright, time to keep up the good work. Uh-oh. It's probably fine.
아무것도 남지 마라.
그새 능숙히 다루게 되었구나.
Damn, she called me out for not counting her fucking shots.
대처는 오래 버티지 못하겠군요. 관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과일 테지.
Sorry, I had to sneeze. Ah, yes, man in scabbard's ready.
보았는가? 지령은 절대적이라네.
하지만 이런 시시한 전투에도 긴장감을 불어넣어줄 비장 예술이 하나 있지. 박수갈치는 언제 보낼 생각이지?
하나가 주게.
Die.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 맹활은 당신께 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
매우 효과적인 청소입니다.
One.
워프 열차 연산 시스템은
이번으로
해당 행동에
Poor bastard fucking exploded.
기여도가
열일곱
있음을
번째라네.
판단했습니다.
확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
I glanced over to Crime and Punishment because I have it on one of my monitors, and I'm like,
그러고 보니까
oh no.
그 환상체
There's a sentence in there that's got me like, oh, alright.
점심시간.
Who do I even dispense at this point? My options are I'll go for scissors, into the Sunset Rodion, or fucking Dimension Shredder Isan. But we gotta read 2 chapters now. Alright, back to reading. How's the volume? Am I too loud compared to the background noise, or is that just enough? Alright, Part 5, Chapter 1. The morning that followed that fateful interview with Donia and her mother brought sobering influences to bear on Pyotr Petrovich. Intensely unpleasant as it was, he was forced little by little to accept as a fact beyond recall what had seemed to him only the day before fantastic and incredible. The black snake of wounded vanity had been gnawing at his heart all night. When he got out of bed, Pyotr Petrovich immediately looked in the looking-glass. He was afraid that he had jaundice. However, his health seemed unimpaired so far, and looking at his noble, clear-skinned countenance, which had grown fattish of late, Pyotr Petrovich for an instant was positively comforted in the conviction that he would find another bride and, perhaps, even a better one. But coming back to the sense of his present position, he turned aside and spat vigorously, which excited a sarcastic smile in Andrei Semyonovich Lebesnitkov, the young friend with whom he was staying. That smile Pyotr Petrovich noticed, and at once set it down against his young friend's account. He had set down a good many points against him of late. His anger was redoubled when he reflected that he ought not to have told Andrei Semyonovich about the result of yesterday's interview. That was the second mistake that he had made in temper, though through impulsiveness and irritability. Moreover, all that morning one unpleasantness followed another. He even found a hitch awaiting him in his legal case in the Senate. He was particularly irritated by the owner of the flat which had been taken in view of his approaching marriage, and was being redecorated at his own expense. The owner, a rich German tradesman, would not entertain the idea of breaking the contract which had just been signed and insisted on the full forfeit money, though Pyotr Petrovich would be giving him back the flat practically redecorated. In the same way, the upholsterers refused to return a single ruble of installment paid for the furniture purchased but not yet removed to the flat. Am I to get married simply for the sake of furniture? Pyotr Petrovich ground his teeth, and at the same time once more he had a gleam of desperate hope. Can all that really be so irrevocably over? It is no use to make another effort. Or is it no use to make another effort? The thought of Donia sent a voluptuous pang through his heart. He endured anguish at that moment, and if it had been possible to slay Raskolnikov instantly by wishing it, Pyotr Petrovich would promptly have uttered the wish. It was my mistake, too, not to have given them money, he thought, as he returned dejectedly to Lebesnitkov's room. And why on earth was I such a Jew? It was false economy. I meant to keep them without a penny, so that they should turn to me as their providence, and look at them. Phew! If I'd spent some 1,500 rubles on them for the trousseau and presents, on knickknacks, dressing cases, jewelry, materials, and all that sort of trash from Knopp's and the English shop, my position would have been better. And stronger! They could not have refused me so easily. They are the sort of people that would feel bound to return money and presents if they broke it off, and they would find it hard to do it, and their conscience would prick them. How can we dismiss a man who has hitherto been so generous and delicate? I've made a blunder. And grinding his teeth again, Pyotr Petrovich called himself a fool. But not aloud, of course. He returned home, twice as irritated and angry as before. The preparations for the funeral dinner at Katerina Ivanovna's excited his curiosity as he passed. He had heard about it the day before. He fancied, indeed, that he had been invited, but absorbed in his own cares, he had paid no attention. Inquiring of Madame Lipveshel, who was busy laying the table while Katerina Ivanovna was away at the cemetery, he heard that the entertainment was to be a great affair, that all the lodgers had been invited. Among them, some who had not known the dead man, that even Andrei Semyonovich Lebesnikov was invited in spite of his previous quarrel with Katerina Ivanovna, that he, Pyotr Petrovich, was not only invited, but was eagerly expected as he was the most important of the lodgers. Amalia Ivanovna herself had been invited with great ceremony in spite of the recent unpleasantness, and so she was very busy with preparations and was taking a positive pleasure in them. She was moreover dressed up to the nines, all in new black silk, and she was proud of it. All this suggested an idea to Pyotr Petrovich, and he went into his room, or rather, Lebesnitkov's, somewhat thoughtful. He had learned that Raskolnikov was to be one of the guests. Andrei Semyonovich had been at home all the morning. The attitude of Pyotr Petrovich to this gentleman was strange, though perhaps natural. Pyotr Petrovich had despised and hated him from the day he came to stay with him, and at the same time he seemed somewhat afraid of him. He had not come to stay with him on his arrival in Petersburg simply from parsimony, though that had been perhaps his chief object. He had heard of Andrei Semyonovich, who had once been his ward, as a leading young progressive who was taking an important part in certain interesting circles, the doings of which were legend in the provinces. It had impressed Pyotr Petrovich. These powerful, omniscient circles who despised everyone and showed everyone up had long inspired in him a peculiar but quite vague alarm. He had not, of course, been able to form even an approximate notion of what they meant. He, like everyone, had heard that there were, especially in Petersburg, progressives of some sort, nihilists and so on. And like many people, he exaggerated and distorted the significance of those words to an absurd degree. But for many years past, he had feared more than anything was being shown up, and this was the chief ground for his continual uneasiness at the thought of transferring his business to Petersburg. He was afraid of this as little children are sometimes panic-stricken. Some years before, when he was just entering on his own career, he had come upon 2 cases in which rather important personages in the province, patrons of his, had been cruelly shown up. One instance had ended in great scandal for the person attacked, and the other had very nearly ended in serious trouble. For this reason, Pyotr Petrovich intended to go into the subject as soon as he reached Petersburg, and, if necessary, to anticipate contingencies by seeking the favor of our younger generation. He relied on Andrei Semyonovich for this, and before his visit to Raskolnikov, he had succeeded in picking up some current phrases. He soon discovered that Andrei Semyonovich was a commonplace simpleton, but that by no means reassured Pyotr Petrovich. Even if he had been certain that all the progressives were fools like him, it would not have allayed his uneasiness. All the doctrines, the ideas, the systems with which Andrei Semyonovich pestered him had no interest for him. He had his own object. He simply wanted to find at once what was happening here. Had these people any power or not? Had he anything to fear from them? Would they expose any enterprise of his? And what precisely was now the object of their attacks? Could he somehow make up to them and get round them if they were really powerful? Was this the thing to do, or not? Couldn't he gain something through them? In fact, hundreds of questions presented themselves. Andrei Semyonovich was an anemic, scrofulous little man with strangely flaxen mutton-chop whiskers of which he was very proud. He was a clerk, and had almost always something wrong with his eyes. He was rather soft-hearted, but self-confident, and sometimes extremely conceited in speech, which had an absurd effect, incongruous with his little figure. He was one of the lodgers most respected by Amalia Ivanovna, for he did not get drunk and paid regularly for his lodging. Andrei Semyonovich really was rather stupid. He attached himself to the cause of progress and our younger generation from enthusiasm. He was one of the numerous and varied legion of dullards, of half-animate abortions, conceited, half-educated coxcombs, who attach themselves to the idea most in fashion only to vulgarize it, and who caricature every cause they serve, however sincerely. Oh, he's a performative. Embarrassing. Though Lebesniakov was good-natured, he too was beginning to dislike Pyotr Petrovich. This happened on both sides unconsciously. However simple Andrei Semyonovich might be, he began to see that Pyotr Petrovich was duping him and secretly despising him, and that he was not the right sort of man. He had tried expounding to him that the system of Fourier and the Darwinian theory, but of late Pyotr Petrovich began to listen too sarcastically and even to be rude. The fact was, he had begun instinctively to guess that Lebesniakov was not merely a commonplace simpleton, but perhaps a liar too. And that he had no connections of any consequence even in his own circle, but had simply picked things up third hand, and that very likely he did not even know much about his own work of propaganda, for he was in too great a muddle. A fine person he would be to show anyone up. It must be noted, by the way, that Pyotr Petrovich had during those 10 days eagerly accepted the strangest praise from Andrei Semyonovich. He had not protested, for instance, when Andrei Semyonovich belauded him for being ready to contribute to the establishment of the new commune, or to abstain from christening his future children, or to acquiesce if Donia were to take a lover a month after marriage, and so on. Pyotr Petrovich so enjoyed hearing his own praises that he did not disdain even such virtues when they were attributed to him. Pyotr Petrovich had had occasion that morning to realize some 5%. 5% bonds, and now he sat down to the table and counted over bundles of notes. Andrei Semyonovich, who hardly ever had any money, walked about the room, pretending to himself to look at all those banknotes with indifference. Oh, you still didn't finish it? It's a long book, dude, and I only read an hour last week. I didn't get to do Sunday. Or was I? Pyotr Petrovich Andrei Semyonovich, who hardly ever had any money, walked about the room, pretending to himself to look at all those banknotes with indifference and even contempt. Nothing would have convinced Pyotr Petrovich that Andrei Semyonovich could really look on the money unmoved, and the latter, on his side, kept thinking bitterly that Pyotr Petrovich was capable of entertaining such an idea about him, and was perhaps glad of the opportunity of teasing his young friend by reminding him of his inferiority and the great difference between them. He found him incredibly inattentive and irritable, though he, Andrei Semyonovich, began enlarging on his favorite subject, the foundation of a new special commune. I would call 600 pages long, but I guess it depends on our perspective. 600 pages can be long, especially when the last book you read was actually a mini novella that was only 40 pages or so. It's rather long compared to the Metamorphoses, which for me still took 2 weeks to read. Or rather 2 days, technically, but you know. I also read much more slowly when I'm reading out loud, which I'm doing for the sake of this stream, because I doubt you guys would appreciate me silently going through all of this. The brief remarks that dropped from Pyotr Petrovich between the clicking of the beads on the reckoning frame betrayed unmistakable and discourteous irony, but the humane Andrei Semyonovich ascribed Pyotr Petrovich's ill humor to his recent breach with Donia, and he was burning with impatience to discourse on that theme. He had something progressive to say on the subject which might console his worthy friend, and could not fail to promote his development. There is some sort of festivity being prepared at the widow's, isn't there? Pyotr Petrovich asked suddenly, interrupting Andrei Semyonovich at the most interesting passage. Why, don't you know? I was telling you last night what I think about all such ceremonies, and she invited you too, I heard. You were talking to her yesterday. I should never have expected that beggarly fool would have spent on this feast all the money she got from that other fool Raskolnikov. I was surprised just now as I came through at the preparations there. The wines! Several people are invited. It's beyond everything. Continued Pyotr Petrovich, who seemed to have some object of pursuing the conversation. What? You say I am asked too? When was that? I don't remember. But I shan't go. Why should I? I only said a word to her in passing yesterday, the possibility of her obtaining a year's salary as a destitute widow of a government clerk. I suppose she has invited me on that account, hasn't she? I don't intend to go either, said Lebeznikov. I should think not. After giving her a thrashing, you might well hesitate. Who thrashed? Whom? Cried Lebeznikov, flustered and blushing. Why, you thrashed Katerina Ivanovna a month ago. I heard so yesterday. So that's what your convictions amount to. And the woman question, too, wasn't quite sound. And Pyotr Petrovich, as though comforted, went back to clicking his beads. It's all slander and nonsense, cried Lebeznikov, who was always afraid of allusions to the subject. It was not like that at all. It was quite different. You've heard it wrong. It's a libel. I was simply defending myself. She rushed at me first with her nails. She pulled out all my whiskers. It's permissible for anyone, I should hope, to defend himself, and I never allow anyone to use violence to me on principle, for it's an act of despotism. What was I to do? I simply pushed her back. Luzhin went on, laughing maliciously. You keep on like that because you are out of humor yourself. But that's nonsense, and it has nothing whatever to do with the woman question. You don't understand. I used to think indeed that if women are equal to men in all respects, even in strength as is maintained now, there ought to be equality in that too. Of course, I reflected afterwards that such a question ought not really to arise, for there ought not to be fighting, and in the future society fighting is unthinkable, and that it would be a queer thing to seek for equality in fighting. I'm not so stupid, though of course there is fighting. There won't be later, but at present there is. Confound it! How muddled one gets with you. It's not on that account that I am not going. I am not going on principle, not to take part in that revolting convention of memorial dinners. That's why. Though of course one might go to laugh at it. I am sorry there won't be any priests at it. I should certainly go if there were. Then you would sit down at another man's table and insult it and those who invited you? Eh? Certainly not insult, but protest. I should do it with a good object. I might indirectly assist the cause of enlightenment and propaganda. It's a duty of every man to work for enlightenment and propaganda, and the more harshly, perhaps, the better. I might drop a seed, an idea, and something might grow up from that seed. How should I be insulting them? They might be offended at first, but afterwards they'd see I'd done them a service. You know. Terebieva, who is in the community now, was blamed because when she left her family and devoted herself, she wrote to her father and mother that she wouldn't go on living conventionally and was entering on a free marriage, and it was said that that was too harsh, that she might have spared them and have written more kindly. I think it's all nonsense and there's no need of softness. On the contrary, what's wanted is protest. Varence had been married 7 years. She abandoned her 2 children. She told her husband straight out in a letter, I realize that I cannot be happy with you. I can never forgive you that you have deceived me by concealing from me that there was another organization of society by means of the communities. I have only lately learned it from a great-hearted man to whom I have given myself and with whom I am establishing a community. I speak plainly because I consider it dishonest to deceive you. Do as you think best. Do not hope to get me back. You are too late. I hope you will be happy. That's how letters like that ought to be written. Is that Terebieva, the one that you said made a 3rd free marriage? No, it's only the 2nd, really. But what if it were the 4th? What if it were the 15th? That's all nonsense. And if ever I regretted the death of my father and mother, it is now, and I sometimes think if my parents were living what a protest I would have aimed at them. I would have done something on purpose. I would have shown them. I would have astonished them. I am really sorry there is no one. To surprise! Well, be that as you will, Pyotr Petrovich interrupted. But tell me this. Do you know the dead man's daughter, the delicate-looking little thing? It's true what they say about her, isn't it? What of it? I think that it is my own personal conviction that this is the normal condition of women. Why not? I mean, distinguons. In our present society, it is not altogether normal because it is compulsory, but in the future society, it will be perfectly normal because it will be voluntary. Even as it is, she was quite right. She was suffering, and that was her asset, so to speak, her capital which she had a perfect right to dispose of. Of course, in the future society, there will be no need of assets, but her part will have another significance, rational and in harmony with her environment. As to Sofia Semyonovna personally, I regard her action as a vigorous protest against the organization of society, and I respect her deeply for it. I rejoice indeed when I look at her. I was told that you got her turned out of those lodgings. Lebeziatkov was enraged. That's another slander! It was not so at all! He yelled. That was all Katerina Ivanovna's invention, for she did not understand, and I never made love to Sofia Semyonovna. I was simply developing her, entirely disinterestedly, trying to rouse her to protest. All I wanted was her protest, and Sofia Semyonovna could not have remained here anyway. Have you asked her to join your community? You keep on laughing, and very inappropriately. Allow me to tell you, you don't understand. There is no such role in a community. The community is established that there should be no such roles. In a community, such a role is essentially transformed, and what is stupid here is sensible there. What, under present conditions, is unnatural becomes perfectly natural in the community. It all depends on the environment. It's all the environment, and man himself is nothing. And I am on good terms with Sofia Semyonovna to this day, which is a proof that she never regarded me as having wronged her. I am trying now to attract her to the community, but on quite a different footing. What are you laughing at? We are trying to establish a community of our own, a special one, on a broader basis. We have gone further in our convictions. We reject more, and meanwhile I'm still developing Sofia Semyonovna. She has a beautiful, beautiful character. And you take advantage of her fine character, eh? No. Oh no, on the contrary. On the contrary. A queer thing to say. Believe me, why should I disguise it? In fact, I feel it strange myself how timid, chaste, and modest she is with me. And you, of course, are developing her. Trying to prove to her that all that modesty is nonsense? Not at all, not at all. How coarsely, how stupidly, excuse me saying so, you misunderstand the word development. Good heavens, how crude you still are. We are striving for the freedom of women, and you have only one idea in your head. Setting aside the general question of chastity and feminine modesty as useless in themselves, and indeed prejudices, I fully accept her chastity with me because that's for her to decide. Of course, if she were to tell me herself that she wanted me, I should think myself very lucky because I like the girl very much. But as it is, no one has ever treated her more courteously than I, with more respect for her dignity. I wait in hopes, that's all. You had much better make her a present of something. I bet you never thought of that. You don't understand. As I've told you already, of course she is in such a position, but it's another question. Quite another question. You simply despise her, seeing a fact which you mistakenly consider deserving of contempt. You refuse to take a humane view of a fellow creature. You don't know what a character she is. I'm only sorry that of late she has quite given up reading and borrowing books. I used to lend them to her. I am sorry, too, that with all the energy and resolution and protesting, which she has already shown once, she has a little self-reliance. Little, so to say. Independence, so as to break free from certain prejudices and certain foolish ideas. Yet she thoroughly understands some questions, for instance, about the kissing of hands. That is, that it's an insult to a woman for a man to kiss her hand because it's a sign of inequality. We had a debate about it and I described it to her. She listened attentively to an account of the workmen's associations in France too. Now I am explaining the question of coming into the room in the future society. And what's that, pray? We had a debate largely on the question, has a member of the community the right to enter another member's room, whether man or woman at any time? And we decided that he has. It might be an inconvenient moment. Lebesniakov was really angry. You are always thinking of something unpleasant, he cried with aversion, excuse me. Phew! How vexed I am that when I was expounding our system, I referred prematurely to the question of personal privacy. It's always a stumbling block to people like you as they turn into ridicule before they understand it. And how proud they are of it, too. Phew! I've often maintained that the question should not be approached by a novice till he has a firm faith in the system. And tell me, please, what do you find so shameful even in cesspools? I should be the first to be ready to clean out any cesspool you like. And it's not a question of self-sacrifice, it's simply work. Honorable, useful work. Which is as good as any other, and much better than the work of a Raphael and a Pushkin, because it is more useful. And more honorable. More honorable. What do you mean by more honorable? I don't understand such expressions describe human activity. More honorable? Nobler? All those are old-fashioned prejudices which I reject. Everything which is of use to mankind is honorable. I only understand one word. Useful. You can snigger as much as you like, but that's so. Pyotr Petrovich laughed heartily. He had finished counting the money and was putting it away, but some notes he left on the table. The cesspool question had already been a subject of dispute between them. What was absurd was that it made Lebesnikov really angry, while it amused Lucian, and at that moment he particularly wanted to anger his young friend. "It's your ill luck yesterday that makes you so ill-humored and annoying," blurted out Lebesnikov, who, in spite of his independence and his protest, did not venture to oppose Pyotr Petrovich, and still behaved to him with some of the respect habitual in earlier years. "You'd better tell me this," Pyotr Petrovich interrupted with haughty displeasure. "Can you, or rather are you really friendly enough with that young person to ask her to step in here for a minute? I think they've all come back from the cemetery. I hear the sound of steps. I want to see her, that young person." "What for?" "Oh, I want to. I'm leaving here today or tomorrow, and therefore I wanted to speak to her about... However, you may be present during the interview. It's better you should be, indeed, for there's no knowing what you might imagine." "I shan't imagine anything. I only ask, and if you've anything to say to her, nothing is easier than to call her in. I'll go directly, and you may be sure that I won't be in your way." 5 minutes later, Lebesnikov came in with Sonia. She came in very much surprised and overcome with shyness as usual. She was always shy in such circumstances and was always afraid of new people. She had been as a child and was even more so now. Pyotr Petrovich met her politely and affably, but with a certain shade of bantering familiarity which, in his opinion, was suitable for a man of his respectability and weight in dealing with a creature so young and so interesting as she. He hastened to reassure her and made her sit down facing him at the table. Sonia sat down, looked about her, at Lebesnikov, at the notes lying on the table, and then again at Pyotr Petrovich, and her eyes remained riveted on him. Lebesnikov was moving to the door. Pyotr Petrovich signed to Sonia to remain seated and stopped Lebesnikov. "Is Raskolnikov in there? Has he come?" He asked him in a whisper. "Raskolnikov? Yes, why? Yes, he is in there. I saw him just come in. Why? Well, I particularly beg you to remain here with us and not to leave me alone with this young woman. I only want a few words with her, but God knows what they may make of it. I shouldn't like Raskolnikov to repeat anything. You understand what I mean?" "I understand." Lebesnikov saw the point. "Yes, you're right. Of course, I am convinced personally that you have no reason to be uneasy, but still, you are right. Certainly, I'll stay. I'll stand here at the window and not be in your way. I think you are right." Pyotr Petrovich returned to the sofa, sat down opposite Sonia, looked attentively at her, and assumed an extremely dignified, even severe expression, as much as to say, "Don't you make any mistake, madam." Sonia was overwhelmed with embarrassment. Where was I? In the first place, Sofia Semyonovna, will you make my excuses to your respected mama? That's right, isn't it? Katerina Ivanovna stands in the place of a mother to you? Pyotr Petrovich began with great dignity, though affably. It was evident that his intentions were friendly. Quite so, yes. The place of my mother. The place of a mother. Sonia answered, timidly and hurriedly. Then will you make my apologies to her? Through inevitable circumstances, I am forced to be absent and shall not be at the dinner in spite of your mamma's kind invitation. Yes, I'll tell her at once. Wait, that's not all. Hold on, I need fucking water. Where the hell did I leave my water bottle? Oh my god. Oh, it's in front of my knee. I know I placed it left next to one of my legs, but where? Pyotr Petrovich detained her, smiling at her simplicity and ignorance of good manners. And you know me little, my dear Sofia Semyonovna, if you suppose I would have ventured to trouble a person like you for a matter of so little consequence affecting myself only. I have another object. Sonia sat down hurriedly. Her eyes rested again for an instant on the gray and rainbow-colored notes that remained on the table. But she quickly looked away and fixed her eyes on Pyotr Petrovich. She felt it horribly indecorous, especially for her, to look at another person's money. She stared at the gold eyeglass, which Pyotr Petrovich held in his left hand, and at the massive and extremely handsome ring with a yellow stone on his middle finger. But suddenly she looked away, and, not knowing where to turn, ended by staring Pyotr Petrovich again straight in the face. After a pause of still greater dignity, he continued. I chanced yesterday in passing to exchange a couple of words with Katerina Ivanovna, poor woman. That was sufficient to enable me to ascertain that she is in a position preternatural, if one may so express it. Yes, preternatural, Sonia hurriedly assented. Or it would be simpler and more comprehensible to say, ill. Yes, simpler and more comprehensive. Yes, ill. Quite so. So then, from a feeling of humanity and, so to speak, compassion, I should be glad to be of service to her in any way. Foreseeing her unfortunate position. I believe the whole of this poverty-stricken family depends now entirely on you. Allow me to ask, Sonia rose to her feet. Did you say something to her yesterday of the possibility of a pension? Because she told me that you had undertaken to get her one. Was that true? Not in the slightest, and indeed, it's an absurdity. I merely hinted at her obtaining temporary assistance as the widow of an official who had died in the service. If only she has patronage. But apparently your late parent had not served his full term and had it not indeed been in the service at all of late. In fact, if there could be any hope, it would be very ephemeral, because there would be no claim for assistance in that case. Far from it. And she is dreaming of a pension already. Go ahead, lady. Yes, she is. For she is credulous and good-hearted, and she believes everything from the goodness of her heart, and she is like that. You must excuse her, said Sonia, and again she got up to go. But you haven't heard what I have to say. No, I haven't heard, muttered Sonia. Then sit down. She was terribly confused. She sat down again a third time. Seeing her position with her unfortunate little ones, I should be glad, as I have said before, so far as lies in my power, to be of service. That is, so far as is in my power, not more. One might, for instance, get a subscription for her, or a lottery, something of the sort, such as is always arranged in such cases by friends or even outsiders desirous of assisting people. It was of that I intended to speak with you. To you. It might be done. Yes. God will repay you for it, faltered Sonia, gazing intently at Pyotr Petrovich. It might be, but we will talk of it later. We might begin it today. We will talk it over this evening and lay the foundation, so to speak. Come to me at 7 o'clock. Mr. Lebesnikov, I hope, will assist us. But there is one circumstance of which I ought to warn you beforehand, and for which I ventured to trouble you, Sofia Semyonovna, to come here. In my opinion, money cannot be. Indeed, it's unsafe to put it into Katerina Ivanovna's own hands. The dinner today is a proof of that, though she has not, so to speak, a crust of bread for tomorrow and, well, boots or shoes. Or anything. She has bought today Jamaica rum and even, I believe, Madeira and coffee. I saw it as I passed through. Tomorrow it will all fall upon you again. They won't have a crust of bread. It's absurd, really. And so, to my thinking, the subscription ought to be raised so that unhappy widows should not know of the money, but only you, for instance. Am I right? I don't know. This is only today, once in her life. She was so anxious to do honor, to celebrate the memory. And she is very sensible. But just as you think, and I shall be very, they will all be. And God will reward. And the orphans. Am I ever gonna enable gifting? Genuine question. I am on the toilet. Thanks for asking. What do you mean by gifting? Do you mean like memberships or what? I'm admittedly a little less familiar with the features on YouTube, considering that my account is technically limited. Money. Well, if you want to send me money, I have a PayPal in my Twitch description. I didn't add it to my website, though. Tell you what, let me edit the fucking... the description of this video, huh? $2 and a dream in my PayPal. Listen, so the way I currently ask people for money is I guess they can donate through my PayPal like they usually do on streams. There is also Throne, which you can like crowdfund whatever bullshit is on there, which is mostly hot sauces. I was thinking of adding something fucking ridiculous. The last fucking ridiculous thing was the 2 ram sticks that someone actually fucking paid for. But yeah. I'll look into it for next time. Anyway, Sonia burst into tears. Very well then, keep it in mind, and now you will accept for the benefit of your relation the small sum that I am able to spare, from me personally. I am very anxious that my name should not be mentioned in connection with it. Here. Having, so to speak, anxieties of my own. I cannot do more. And Pyotr Petrovich held out to Sonia a 10-ruble note, 10-ruble note carefully unfolded. Sonia took it, flushed crimson, jumped up, muttering something, and began taking leave. Pyotr Petrovich accompanied her ceremoniously to the door. She got out of the room, at last agitated and distressed, and returned to Katerina Ivanovna, overwhelmed with confusion. All this time, Lebesnikov had stood at the window or walked about the room, anxious not to interrupt the conversation. When Sonia had gone, he walked up to Pyotr Petrovich and solemnly held out his hand. I heard and saw everything, he said, laying stress on the last verb. That is honorable. I mean to say it's humane. You wanted to avoid gratitude, I saw. And although I confess in principle sympathize with private charity, for it not only fails to eradicate the evil but even promotes it, yet I must admit that I saw your action with pleasure. Yes, I liked it. That's all nonsense, muttered Pyotr Petrovich, somewhat disconcerted, looking carefully at Lebesnikov. No, it's not nonsense. A man who has suffered distress and annoyance as you did yesterday, and who yet can sympathize with the misery of others. Such a man, even though he is making a social mistake, is still deserving of respect. I did not expect it indeed of you, Pyotr Petrovich, especially as according to your ideas. Oh, what a drawback your ideas are to you. How distressed you are, for instance, by your ill luck yesterday, cried the simple-hearted Lebesnikov, who felt a return of affection for Pyotr Petrovich. And what do you want with marriage? With legal marriage, my dear noble Pyotr Petrovich? Why do you cling to this legality of marriage? Well, you may beat me if you like, but I am glad, positively glad, it hasn't come off. That you are free, that you are not quite lost for humanity. You see, I've spoken my mind. Because I don't want in your free marriage to be made a fool of, and to bring up another man's children. That's why I want legal marriage, Luzhin replied in order to make some answer. He seemed preoccupied by something. Children? You referred to children. Lebesnikov started off like a warhorse and at the trumpet call. Children are a social question, and a question of first importance, I agree, but the question of children has another solution. Some refuse to have children altogether, because they suggest the institution of the family. We'll speak of the children later, but now as to the question of honor, I confess that's my weak point. That horrid military Pushkin expression is unthinkable in the dictionary of the future. What does it mean indeed? It's nonsense. There will be no deception in a free marriage. That is only the natural consequence of a legal marriage. That is, so to say, its corrective, a protest. So that indeed it's not humiliating, and if I ever, to suppose an absurdity, were to be legally married, I should be positively glad of it. I should say to my wife, my dear, hitherto I have loved you, now I respect you, for you've shown you can protest. You laugh. That's because you were incapable of getting away from prejudices. Confound it all! I understand now where the unpleasantness is of being deceived in a legal marriage, but it's simply a despicable consequence of a despicable position in which both are humiliated. When the deception is open, as in a free marriage, then it does not exist. It's unthinkable. Your wife will only prove how she respects you by considering you incapable of opposing her happiness, and avenging yourself on her for her new husband. Damn it all. I sometimes dream if I were to be married. Phew! I mean, if I were to marry, legally or not, it's just the same. I should present my wife with a lover if she had not found one for herself. My dear, I should say, I love you, but even more than that, I desire you to respect me. See? Am I not right? Pyotr Petrovich sniggered as he listened, but without much merriment. He hardly heard it indeed. He was preoccupied with something else, and even Lebesnikov at last noticed it. Pyotr Petrovich seemed excited and rubbed his hands. Lebesnikov remembered all this and reflected upon it afterwards. Literally rubbing his hands like a supervillain. Right before we recite the next chapter, we're going to take some drinks. Some drink. Alright. Chapter 2. It would be difficult to explain exactly what could have originated the idea of that senseless dinner in Katerina Ivanovna's disordered brain. Nearly 10 of the 20 rubles given by Raskolnikov for Marmeladov's funeral were wasted upon it. Possibly Katerina Ivanovna felt obliged to honor the memory of the deceased suitably, that all the lodgers, and still more Amalia Ivanovna, might know that he was in no way their inferior, and perhaps very much their superior, and that no one had the right to turn up his nose at him. Perhaps the chief element was that peculiar poor man's pride which compels many poor people to spend their last savings on some traditional social ceremony, simply in order to do like other people, and not to be looked down upon. It is very probable, too, that Katerina Ivanovna longed on this occasion, at the moment when she seemed to be abandoned by everyone, to show those wretched, contemptible lodgers that she knew how to do things, how to entertain, and that she had been brought up in a genteel, she might almost say aristocratic colonel's family, and had not been meant for sweeping floors and washing the children's rags at night. Even the poorest and most broken-spirited people are sometimes liable to these paroxysms of pride and vanity which take the form of an irresistible nervous craving. And Katerina Ivanovna was not broken-spirited. She might have been killed by circumstance, but her spirit could not have been broken. That is, she could not have been intimidated. Her will could not be crushed. Moreover, Sonia had said with good reason that her mind was unhinged. She could not be said to be insane, but for a year past she had been so harassed that her mind might well be overstrained. Later stages of consumption are apt, doctors tell us, to affect the intellect. There was no great variety of wines, nor was there Madeira, but wine there was. There was vodka, rum, and Lisbon wine, all of the poorest quality, but in sufficient quantity. Besides the traditional rice and honey, there were 3 or 4 dishes, one of which consisted of pancakes, all prepared in Amalia Ivanovna's kitchen. 2 samovars were boiling, that tea and punch might be offered after dinner. Katerina Ivanovna had herself seen to purchasing the provisions, with the help of one of the lodgers, an unfortunate little Pole who had somehow been stranded at Madame Lefechel's. He promptly put himself at Katerina Ivanovna's disposal, and had been all that morning and all the day before running about as fast as his legs could carry him, and very anxious that everyone should be aware of it. For every trifle he ran to Katerina Ivanovna, even hunting her out at the bazaar, at every instant calling her Pani. He was heartily sick of him before the end, though she had declared at first that she could not have got on without this serviceable and magnanimous man. It was one of Katerina Ivanovna's characteristics to paint everyone she met in the most glowing colors. Her praises were so exaggerated as to sometimes be embarrassing. She would invent various circumstances to the credit of her new acquaintance and quite genuinely believe in their reality. Then all of a sudden she would be disillusioned and would rudely and contemptuously repulse the person she had only a few hours before been literally adoring. She was naturally of a gay, lively, and peace-loving disposition, but from continual failures and misfortunes she had come to desire so keenly that all should live in peace and joy, and should not dare to break the peace, that the slightest jar, the smallest disaster, reduced her almost to frenzy, and she would pass in an instant from the brightest hopes and fancies to cursing her fate and raving, and knocking her head against the wall. Amalia Ivanovna, too, suddenly acquired extraordinary importance in Katerina Ivanovna's eyes, and was treated by her with extraordinary respect, probably only because Amalia Ivanovna had thrown herself heart and soul into the preparations. She had undertaken to lay the table, to provide the linen, crockery, etc., and to cook the dishes in her kitchen, and Katerina Ivanovna had left it all in her hands and gone herself to the cemetery. Everything had been well done. Blech. Even the tablecloth was nearly clean. The crockery, knives, forks, and glasses were, of course, of all shapes and patterns lent by different lodgers, but the table was properly laid at the time fixed, and Amalia Ivanovna, feeling she had done her work well, had put on a black silk dress and a cap with new mourning ribbons and met the returning party with some pride. This pride, though justifiable, displeased Katerina Ivanovna for some reason, as though the table could not have been laid except by Amalia Ivanovna. She disliked the cap with new ribbons, too. Could she be stuck up? The stupid German, because she was the mistress of the house, and had consented as a favor to help her poor lodgers? As a favor? Fancy that! Katerina Ivanovna's father, who had been a colonel and almost a governor, had sometimes had the table set for 40 persons, and then anyone like Amalia Ivanovna, or rather Ludwigovna, would not have been allowed into the kitchen. Katerina Ivanovna, however, put off expressing her feelings for the time and contented herself with treating her coldly, though she decided inwardly that she would certainly have to put Amalia Ivanovna down and set her in her proper place, for goodness only knew that what she was fancying herself. Katerina Ivanovna was irritated too by the fact that hardly any of the lodgers invited to come to the funeral, except the Pole who had just managed to run into the cemetery, while to the memorial dinner the poorest and most insignificant of them had turned up, the wretched creatures, many of them not quite sober. The older and more respectable of them all, as if by common consent, stayed away. Pyotr Petrovich Lushin, for instance, who might be said to be the most respectable of all the lodgers, did not appear, though Katerina Ivanovna had the evening before told all the world, that is, Amalia Ivanovna, Polenka, Sonia, and the Pole, that he was the most generous, noble-hearted man with a large property and vast connections, who had been a friend of her first husband's and a guest in her father's house, and that he had promised to use all his influence to secure her a considerable pension. It must be noted that when Katerina Ivanovna exalted anyone's connections and fortune, it was without any ulterior motive, quite disinterestedly, for the mere pleasure of adding to the consequence of the person praised. Probably taking the cue from Lushin, that contemptible wretched Lebesniakov had not turned up either. What did he fancy himself? He was only asked out of kindness and because he was sharing the same room with Pyotr Petrovich and was a friend of his, so that it would have been awkward not to invite him. Among those who failed to appear were the genteel lady and her old maidish daughter, who had only been lodgers in the house for the last fortnight, but had several times complained of the noise and uproar in Katerina Ivanovna's room, especially when Marmeladov had come back drunk. Katerina Ivanovna heard this from Amalia Ivanovna, who, quarreling with Katerina Ivanovna and threatening to turn the whole family out of doors, had shouted at her that they were not worth the foot of the honorable lodgers whom they were disturbing. Katerina Ivanovna determined now to invite this lady and her daughter, whose foot she was not worth, and who had turned away haughtily when she casually met them, so that they might know that she was more noble in her thoughts and feelings and did not harbor malice, and she might see that she was not accustomed to her way of living. She had promised to make this clear to them at dinner with allusions to her late father's governorship, and also at the same time to hint that it was exceedingly stupid of them to turn away on meeting her. The fat Colonel Major, he was really a discharged officer of low rank, was also absent, but it appeared that he had been not himself for the last 2 days. The party consisted of the Pole, a wretched-looking clerk with a spotty face and a greasy coat, who had not a word to say for himself and smelt abominably, a deaf and almost blind old man who had once been in the post office and who had been from immemorial ages maintained by someone at Amalia Ivanovna's. A retired clerk of the commissariat department came too. He was drunk, had a loud and most unseemly laugh, and only fancy was without a waistcoat. One of the visitors sat straight down to the table without even greeting Katerina Ivanovna. Finally, one person having no suit appeared in his dressing gown, but this was too much, and the efforts of Amalia Ivanovna and the Pole succeeded in removing him. Jesus Christ. The Pole brought with him, however, 2 other Poles who did not live at Amalia Ivanovna's and whom no one had seen here before. All this irritated Katerina Ivanovna intensely. For whom had they made all these preparations, then? To make room for the visitors, the children had not even been laid for at the table, but the 2 little ones were sitting on a bench in the furthest corner with their dinner held on a box, while Polenka, as a big girl, had to look after them, feed them, and keep their noses wiped like well-bred children's. Katerina Ivanovna, in fact, could hardly help meeting her guests with increased dignity and even haughtiness. She stared at some of them with special severity and loftily invited them to take their seats, rushing to the conclusion that Amalia Ivanovna must be responsible for those who were absent. She began treating her with extreme nonchalance, which the latter promptly observed and resented. Such a beginning was no good omen for the end. All were seated at last. Raskolnikov came in almost at the moment of their return from the cemetery. Katerina Ivanovna was greatly delighted to see him in the first place because he was the one educated visitor and, as everyone knew, was in 2 years to take a professorship in the university. And secondly, because he immediately and respectfully apologized for having been unable to be at the funeral. She positively pounced upon him and made him sit on her left hand. Amalia Ivanovna was on her right. In spite of her continual anxiety that the dishes should be passed around correctly, and that everyone should taste them, in spite of the agonizing cough which interrupted her every minute and seemed to have grown worse during the last few days, she hastened to pour out in a half-whisper to Raskolnikov all her suppressed feelings and her just indignation at the failure of the dinner, interspersing her remarks with lively and uncontrollable laughter at the expense of her visitors and especially of her landlady. "It's all that cuckoo's fault! You know whom I mean? Her! Katerina Ivanovna nodded towards the landlady. "Look at her! She's making round eyes. She feels that we are talking about her and can't understand. Phew! The owl." "And what did she put on that cap for? Have you noticed that she wants everyone to consider that she is patronizing me and doing me an honor by being here? I asked her like a sensible woman to invite people, especially those who knew my late husband. And look at the set of fools she has brought. The sweeps. Look at the one with the spotty face. And those wretched Poles." "Not one of them has ever poked his nose in here. I've never set eyes on them. What do they come here for, I ask you? They sit in a row. Hey, Pan!" she cried suddenly to one of them. "Have you tasted the pancakes? Take some more. Have some beer. Won't you have some vodka? Look, he's jumped up and is making his bows. They must be quite starved, poor things." "Never mind. Let them eat. They don't make a noise anyway, though I'm really afraid for our landlady's silver spoons. Amalia Ivanovna," she addressed her suddenly, almost aloud, "if your spoon should happen to be stolen, I won't be responsible, I warn you." She laughed, turning to Raskolnikov and again nodding towards the landlady, in high glee at her sally. She didn't understand. She didn't understand again. Look how she sits with her mouth open. An owl, a real owl. An owl in her new ribbons. Here her laugh again turned into an insufferable fit of coughing that lasted 5 minutes. Drops of perspiration stood out on her forehead and her handkerchief was stained with blood. She showed Raskolnikov the blood in silence, and as soon as she could get her breath again, whispering to him with an extreme animation and a hectic flush on her cheeks. "Do you know? I gave her the most delicate instructions, so to speak, for inviting that lady and her daughter. You understand of whom I am speaking? It needed the utmost delicacy, the greatest nicety, but she has managed things so that fool, that conceited baggage, that provincial non-entity, simply because she is the widow of a major, and has come to try and get a pension and to fray out her skirts in the government offices, because at 50 she paints her face, everyone knows it. A creature like that did not think fit to come, and has not even answered the invitation, which the most ordinary good man has required. I can't understand why Pyotr Petrovich has not come. But where's Sonia? Where has she gone? Ah, there she is at last. What is it, Sonia? Where have you been? It's odd that even at your father's funeral you should be so unpunctual. Rodion Romanovich, make room for her beside you. That's your place, Sonia. Take what you like. Have some of the cold entree with jelly. That's the best. They'll bring the pancakes directly. Have they given the children some? Polenka, have you got everything? That's all right. Be a good girl. Lida and Kolya, don't fidget with your feet. Sit like a gentleman. What are you saying, Sonia? Sonia hastened to give her Pyotr Petrovich's apologies, trying to speak loud enough for everyone to hear, and carefully choosing the most respectful phrases which she attributed to Pyotr Petrovich. She added that Pyotr Petrovich had particularly told her to say that, as soon as he possibly could, he would come immediately to discuss business alone with her, and to consider what could be done for her, etc., etc. That's awesome. Sonia... right. Sonia knew that this would comfort Katerina Ivanovna, would flatter her and gratify her pride. She sat down beside Raskolnikov. She made him a hurried bow, glancing curiously at him. For the rest of the time, she seemed to avoid looking at him or speaking to him. She seemed absent-minded, though she kept looking at Katerina Ivanovna, trying to please her. Neither she nor Katerina Ivanovna had been able to get mourning. Sonia was wearing dark brown, and Katerina Ivanovna had on her only dress, a dark striped cotton one. The message from Pyotr Petrovich was very successful. Listening to Sonia with dignity, Katerina Ivanovna inquired with equal dignity how Pyotr Petrovich was, then at once whispered almost aloud to Raskolnikov that it certainly would have been strange for a man of Pyotr Petrovich's position and standing to find himself in such extraordinary company. In spite of his devotion to her family and his old friendship with her father. That's why I am so grateful to you, Rodion Romanovich, that you have not disdained my hospitality even in such surroundings, she added almost aloud. But I am sure that it was only your special affection for my poor husband that has made you keep your promise. Then once more with pride and dignity she scanned her visitors, and suddenly inquired aloud across the table of the deaf man, wouldn't he have some more meat, and had he been given some wine? The old man made no answer, and for a long while could not understand what he was asked, though his neighbors amused themselves by poking and shaking him. He simply gazed about him with his mouth open, which only increased the general mirth. What an imbecile! Look, why was he brought? But as to Pyotr Petrovich, I always had confidence in him, Katerina Ivanovna continued. And, of course, he is not like... With an extremely stern face, she addressed Amalia Ivanovna so sharply and loudly that the latter was quite disconcerted. Not like your dressed-up draggle-tails whom my father would not have taken as cooks into his kitchen, and my late husband would have done them honor if he invited them in the goodness of his heart. I gotta check something real quick. I'm gonna be honest, I, for a second, was very, like, what the fuck? Because I forgot that... Because of how Dostoevsky names his fucking characters, and maybe this is just a Russian thing, but the fact that they go first name, middle name, every time a character gets referred to, the fact that Amalia and, well, the Marmeladovs have the same fucking middle name, or specifically the wife does. I'm like, what do you mean Amalia Ivanovna versus Katerina Ivanovna? What the fuck? Are they related? I don't remember this. No, it's their fucking middle names. I keep forgetting that. Anyway, back to the book. Yes, he was fond of drink. He was fond of it. He did drink, cried the commissariat clerk, gulping down his 12th glass of vodka. My late husband certainly had that weakness, and everyone knows it. Katerina Ivanovna attacked him at once. But he was a kind and honorable man who loved and respected his family. The worst of it was his good nature made him trust all sorts of disreputable people. Disreputable people. And he drank with fellows who were not worth the sole of his shoe. Would you believe it, Rodion Romanovich? They found a gingerbread cock in his pocket. He was dead drunk, but he did not forget the children. A cock? Did you say a cock? Shouted the commissariat clerk. I had to screenshot that. Okay. Katerina Ivanovna did not vouchsafe a reply. She sighed, lost in thought. No doubt you think, like everyone, that I was too severe with him, she went on, addressing Raskolnikov. But that's not so. He respected me. He respected me very much. He was a kind-hearted man, and how sorry I was for him sometimes. He would sit in a corner and look at me. I used to feel so sorry for him. I used to want to be kind to him and would think to myself, be kind to him and he will drink again. It was only by severity that you could keep him within bounds. Yes, he used to get his hair pulled pretty often, roared the commissariat clerk again, swallowing another glass of vodka. Some fools would be the better for a good drubbing as well as having their hair pulled. I am not talking to my late husband now. Katerina Ivanovna snapped at him. The flush on her cheeks grew more and more marked. Her chest heaved. In another minute, she would have already been ready to make a scene. Many of the visitors were sniggering, evidently delighted. They began poking the commissariat clerk and whispering something to him. They were evidently trying to egg him on. Allow me to ask what you were alluding to, began the clerk. That is to say, about whom did you say just now? But I don't care, that's nonsense. Widow, I forgive you. Pass! And he took another drink of vodka. Raskolnikov sat in silence, listening with disgust. He only ate from politeness, just tasting the food that Katerina Ivanovna was continually putting on his plate, to avoid hurting her feelings. He watched Sonia intently, but Sonia became more and more anxious and distressed. She too foresaw that the dinner would not end peaceably, and saw with terror Katerina Ivanovna's growing irritation. She knew that she, Sonia, was the chief reason for the genteel lady's contemptuous treatment of Katerina Ivanovna's invitation. She had heard from Amalia Ivanovna that the mother was positively offended at the invitation, and had asked the question, how could she let her daughter sit down beside that young person? Sonia had a feeling that Katerina Ivanovna had already heard this, and an insult to Sonia meant more to Katerina Ivanovna than an insult to herself, her children, or her father. Sonia knew that Katerina Ivanovna would not be satisfied now, till she had shown those draggle tales that they were both. To make matters worse, someone passed Sonia from the other end of the table a plate with 2 hearts pierced with an arrow cut out of black bread. Katerina Ivanovna flushed crimson and at once said aloud across the table that the man who sent it was a drunken ass. Amalia Ivanovna was foreseeing something amiss and at the same time deeply wounded by Katerina Ivanovna's haughtiness, and to restore the good humor of the company and raise herself in their esteem, she began, apropos of nothing, telling a story about an acquaintance of hers, Carl from the chemist, who was driving one night in a cab, and the cabman wanted him to kill, and Carl very much begged him not to kill, and wept and clasped his hands, and frightened and from fear pierced his heart. Though Katerina Ivanovna smiled, she observed at once that Amalia Ivanovna ought not to tell anecdotes in Russian. The latter was still more offended, and she retorted that her Vater aus Berlin was very important, man. Holy shit. And always went with hands in his pockets. Katerina Ivanovna could not restrain herself and laughed so much that Amalia Ivanovna lost patience and could scarcely control herself. "Listen to the owl," Katerina Ivanovna whispered at once. Her good humor almost restored. She meant to say he kept his hands in his pockets, but she said he put his hands in people's pockets. "And have you noticed, Rodion Romanovich, that all these Petersburg foreigners, the German especially, are all stupider than we? Can you fancy any one of us telling how Karl from the chemist pierced his heart from fear, and that the idiot, instead of punishing the cabman, clasped his hands and wept and much begged? Ah, the fool! And you know she fancies it's very touching and does not suspect how stupid she is. To my thinking, that drunken commissariat clerk is a great deal clever. Anyway, one can see that he has addled his brains with drink, but you know, these foreigners are always so well behaved and serious. Look at how she sits glaring. She's angry." Regaining her good humor, Katerina Ivanovna began at once telling Raskolnikov that when she had obtained her pension, she intended to open a school for the daughters of gentlemen in her own native town. This was the first time she had spoken to him of the project, and she launched out into the most alluring details. It suddenly appeared that Katerina Ivanovna had in her hands the very certificate of honor which Marmeladov had spoken to Raskolnikov in the tavern, when he told him that Katerina Ivanovna, his wife, had danced the shawl dance before the governor and other great personages on leaving school. This certificate of honor was obviously intended to now prove Katerina Ivanovna's right to open a boarding school. But she had armed herself with it chiefly with the object of overwhelming those two stuck-up draggletails if they came to the dinner, and proving incontestably that Katerina Ivanovna was of the most noble, she might even say aristocratic family, a colonel's daughter, was far superior to certain adventuresses who have been so much to the fore of late. The certificate of honor immediately passed into the hands of the drunken guests, and Katerina Ivanovna did not try to retain it, for it actually contained the statement, "en toutes lettres." Fuck it, I don't know French. That her father was of the rank of a major and also companion of an order, so that she really was almost the daughter of a colonel. Warming up, Katerina Ivanovna proceeded to enlarge on the peaceful and happy life they would lead and on the gymnasium teachers whom she would engage to give lessons in her boarding school, on a most respectable old Frenchman, one Mangot, who had taught Katerina Ivanovna herself in the old days and was still living in and would no doubt teach her in school on moderate terms. Next, she spoke of Sonia, who would go with her and help her in all her plans. At this, someone at the further end of the table gave a sudden guffaw. Though Katerina Ivanovna tried to appear to be disdainfully unaware of it, she raised her voice and began at once speaking with conviction of Sonia's undoubted ability to assist her, of her gentleness, patience, devotion, generosity, and good education. Tapping Sonia on the cheek and kissing her warmly twice, Sonia flushed crimson, and Katerina Ivanovna suddenly burst into tears, immediately observing that she was nervous and silly, that she was too much upset, and that it was time to finish, and as the dinner was over, it was time to hand round the tea. At that moment, Amalia Ivanovna, deeply aggrieved at taking no part in the conversation, and not being listened to, made one last effort, and with secret misgivings ventured on an exceedingly deep and weighty conversation, that in the future boarding school she would have to pay particular attention to the vache, and that there certainly must be a good dame to look after the linen, and secondly, that the young ladies must not novels at night read. Katerina Ivanovna, who was certainly upset and very tired, as well as heartily sick of the dinner, at once cut short Amalia Ivanovna, saying she knew nothing about it and was talking nonsense, that it was the business of the laundry-maid and not of the directress of a high-class boarding school to look after die vache, and as for novel reading, that was simply rudeness, and she begged her to be silent. Amalia Ivanovna fired up and, getting angry, observed that she only meant her good and that she had meant her very good and that it was long since she had paid her gold for the lodgings. Katerina Ivanovna at once set her down, saying that it was a lie to say she wished her good, because only yesterday, when her dead husband was lying on the table, she had worried about the lodgings. To this, Amalia Ivanovna very appropriately observed that she had invited those ladies, but those ladies had not come because those ladies are ladies and cannot come to a lady who is not a lady. Katerina Ivanovna... Amalia Ivanovna... Oh, wait, no. Katerina Ivanovna once pointed out to her that as she was a slut that could not... Katerina Ivanovna at once pointed out to her that as she was a slut, she could not judge what made one really a lady. Amalia Ivanovna at once declared that her Vater Albelin was a very, very... Vater Albelin was a very, very important man, and both hands in pockets went and always used to say, poof, poof, what the fuck? And she leapt up from the table to represent her father, sticking her hands in her pockets, puffing her cheeks, and uttering vague sounds resembling poof, poof, amid loud laughter from all the lodgers, who purposely encouraged Amalia Ivanovna, hoping for a fight. But this was too much for Katerina Ivanovna, and she at once declared, so that all could hear, that Amalia Ivanovna probably never had a father, but was simply a drunken Petersburg Finn, and had certainly once been a cook and probably something worse. Amalia Ivanovna turned as red as a lobster and squealed that perhaps Katerina Ivanovna never had a father, but she had a Vater Albelin, and that he wore a long coat and always said poof, poof, poof. Katerina Ivanovna observed contemptuously that all knew what her family was, and on that very certificate of honor that it was stated in print that her father was a colonel, while Amalia Ivanovna's father, if she really had one, was probably some Finnish milkman, but that probably she never had a father at all, since it was still uncertain whether her name was Amalia Ivanovna or Amalia Ludwigovna. At this, Amalia Ivanovna, lashed to fury, struck the table with her fist, and shrieked that she was Amalia Ivanovna, not Ludwigovna, that her Vater was named Johann, and that he was fucking German, a Burgermeister, a Burgermeister. Katerina Ivanovna rose from her chair with a stern and apparently calm voice, though she was pale and her chest was heaving, observed that if she dared for one moment to set her contemptible wretch of a father on a level with her papa, she, Katerina Ivanovna, would tear her cap off from her head and trample it underfoot. Amalia Ivanovna ran about the room, shouting at the top of her voice that she was mistress of the house, and that Katerina Ivanovna should leave the lodgings that minute. Then she rushed for some reason to collect the silver spoons from the table. There was great outcry and uproar. The children began crying. Sonia ran to restrain Katerina Ivanovna, but when Amalia Ivanovna shouted something about the yellow ticket, Katerina Ivanovna pushed Sonia away and rushed at the landlady to carry out her threat. Holy shit, this is not the violence I was expecting in Crime and Punishment, bro. At that minute, the door opened and Pyotr Petrovich Lushin appeared on the threshold. He stood scanning the party with severe and vigilant eyes. Katerina Ivanovna rushed to him. And that's chapter 2. So, chat, for some context, a yellow ticket is a euphemism for a prostitute in Russia. Because they would replace your fucking ID or some shit with something that looked like a yellow ticket. That's awesome. Anyway, we've read 2 chapters, so I think we're clear to do a mirror dungeon. And yes, we're going to use the Tremor Scorch team again. Because, god damn it, I have yet to fight fucking Valentina in this. I fought all 3 of the other Nurse Fathers, but not the fucking one who benefits this specific team. It pisses me the fuck off. Oh yeah, I should talk about this. I got 2 little fucking charms to put on my lanyard. One of them is Ring Song and the other one is Sink East Dawn. You know, memory.
자, 판 돌아갑니다.
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여있게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리고
I should click damage from here on out.
기다리는 운명이니까요. 해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야. 심장을 노려. 계속하면 되겠네. 이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
눈 크게 뜨고 잘 봐.
Why did they make Rodion a sexy woman in this game?
칼날 사출.
I can't get over that.
당신과 한없이 닮은
사냥 끝. 모조리 해. 심장을 노려.
이제 수에선 벗어났네.
나보다 날개짓한.
선배를, 스승님을 행복하게 할 수 있다면 이 끝에서 함께 기쁨을 나눌 수만
한발 위해
그 어떤 두려움도 저를 멈추게 할 수 없어.
지금 완전
Man, I can't wait for Sinclair to finally crash out in the story.
이렇게들 허약했어.
난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 것 같지만 잘 이용. 적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고. 제가 늘
Do
말씀드렸죠.
you guys like my schizophrenia announcer?
옳은 말만 한답니다.
Just imagine if I had more announcers. They removed the cap on how many you can have. It's fucking awesome.
여러분을 위한 일이었어요.
By the way, you're supposed to fail that check. I didn't intend to pass it, but here we are.
완벽한 한 발을 위해 격발.
나비가 날개짓 하듯 적에게 치명상을 입혔군요.
Is that did it intend to pass lucky or didn't intend to pass problem?
대단한 능력을 가지고 있어.
You lose sanity if you pass the check. But since this is a mirror dungeon, it's not that big a deal. Especially since it's Sinclair who failed to pass. Now, if it or succeeded, if it had been
그 용도를 고민하는 것이 상책이지.
if it had been Otis, that would have been a problem. Because Otis has a very funny thing where if her sanity is less than 10 when she uses her skill 3, she literally friendly fires. With Sinclair, it's not a huge deal because his sanity is constantly fluctuating before you give him his
당신의 노고는 이곳을 좀 더 멋지게 바꾸는데
before you give him the ego gift that you're supposed to use now. That got released with the last wall Perkusnock. Shut the fuck up, Kessid. In case you didn't know, he has a new ego where a new ego gift in the mirror dungeon where if you have the other 2 members of his team active, which I do, his little gimmick where his sanity is constantly draining whenever he uses one of his special moves, it just doesn't do that anymore. He just basically stays locked in. The sanity draining thing does become a problem for Otis, like on the last few floors, especially if I don't get an ego gift called Faith. But it shouldn't be a problem unless she's faster than Sinclair with his skill 3. It's fine. That won't happen, right?
사냥 끝. このままいけば敵を食い止められます。
Feel the aura.
마저 태우겠습니다.
저걸 약화시키는 것도 좋은 방법이지. 이 궤적을 나쁘지 않고 굉장히 잘했다고 말씀하시는 거예요. 팀장님 나.
피해 산출값이 이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
Alright, Hell's Chicken. Come on, Hell's Chicken. We take those. But now that we've completed yet another floor, we go back to reading another chapter. Oh, come on. You guys like reading with me. That's the whole point of this stream. Isn't that true? Pyotr Petrovich, she cried. Protect me. You, at least. Make this foolish woman understand that she can't behave like this to a lady in misfortune, that there is a law for such things. I'll go to the Governor General himself. She shall answer for it. Remembering my father's hospitality, protect these orphans. Allow me, madam. Allow me. Pyotr Petrovich waved her off. Your papa, as you are well aware, I had not the honor of knowing. Someone laughed aloud. And I do not intend to take part in your everlasting squabbles with Amalia Ivanovna. I have come here to speak of my own affairs. And I want to have a word with your stepdaughter, Sofia Ivanovna, I think it is. Allow me to pass. Pyotr Petrovich, edging by her, went to the opposite corner where Sonia was. Katerina Ivanovna remained standing where she was as though thunderstruck. She could not understand how Pyotr Petrovich could deny having enjoyed her father's hospitality. Though she had invented it herself, she believed in it firmly by this time. She was struck, too, by the businesslike, dry, and even contemptuously menacing tone of Pyotr Petrovich. They like saying contempt a lot in this book. I guess it fits, but damn. All the clamor gradually died away at his entrance. Not only was this serious businessman strikingly incongruous with the rest of the party, but it was evident too that he had come upon some matter of consequence, that some exceptional cause must have brought him, and that therefore something was going to happen. Raskolnikov, standing beside Sonia, moved aside to let him pass. Pyotr Petrovich did not seem to notice him. A minute later, Lebesniakov too appeared in the doorway. He did not come in, but stood still, listening with marked interest, almost wonder, and seemed for a time perplexed. Excuse me for possibly interrupting you, but it's a matter of some importance, Pyotr Petrovich observed, addressing the company generally. I am glad indeed to find other persons present. Amalia Ivanovna, I humbly beg you as mistress of the house to pay careful attention to what I have to say to Sofia Ivanovna. Sofia Ivanovna, he went on, addressing Sonia, who was very much surprised and already alarmed. Immediately after your visit, I found that a 100-ruble note was missing from my table, in the room of my friend, Mr. Lebesniakov. If in any way, whatever you know, and will tell us where it is now, I assure you on my word of honor and call all present to witness that the matter shall end there. In the opposite case, I shall be compelled to have recourse to very serious measures, and then you must blame yourself. Complete silence reigned in the room. Even the crying children were still. Sonia stood deadly pale, staring at Lucian and unable to say a word. She seemed not to understand. Some seconds passed. Well, how was it to be, then? Asked Lucian, looking intently at her. I don't know. I know nothing about it. Sonia articulated faintly at last. No? You know nothing? Lucian repeated it again. He paused for some seconds. Think a moment, mademoiselle, he began severely, but still, as it were, admonishing her. Reflect. I am prepared to give you time for consideration. Kindly observe this. If I were not so entirely convinced, I should not, you may be sure, with my experience, venture to accuse you so directly. Saying that for such direct accusation before witnesses, if false or even mistaken, I should myself in a certain sense be made responsible. I am aware of that. This morning I changed for my own purposes several 5% securities for the sum of approximately 3,000 rubles. The account is noted down in my pocketbook. On my return home, I proceeded to count the money, and, as Mr. Lebesniakov will bear witness, after counting 2,300 rubles, I put the rest in my pocketbook in my coat pocket. About 500 rubles remained on the table, and among them 3 notes of 100 rubles each. At that moment you entered, at my invitation. All the time you were present, you were exceedingly embarrassed, so that 3 times you jumped up in the middle of conversation and tried to make off. Mr. Lebesnikov can bear witness to this. You yourself, mademoiselle, probably will not refuse to confirm my statement that I invited you through Mr. Lebesnikov solely in order to discuss with you the hopeless and destitute position of your relative, Katerina Ivanovna, whose dinner I was unable to attend, and the advisability of getting up something of this nature, of a subscription, lottery, or the like for her benefit. You thanked me and even shed tears. I describe all this as it took place, primarily to recall it to your mind, and secondly to show you that not the slightest detail has escaped my recollection. Then I took a 10-ruble note from the table and handed it to you by way of first installment on my part for the benefit of your relative. Mr. Lebesnikov saw all of this. Then I accompanied you to the door, you being still in the same state of embarrassment, after which, being left alone with Mr. Lebesnikov, I talked to him for 10 minutes. Then Mr. Lebesnikov went out, and I returned to the table with the money lying on it, intending to count it and put it aside as I proposed doing before. To my surprise, 100-ruble note had disappeared. Kindly consider the position. Mr. Lebesnikov I cannot suspect. I am ashamed to allude to such a supposition. I cannot have made a mistake in my reckoning, for the minute before your entrance I had finished my accounts and found the total correct. You will admit that recollecting your embarrassment, your eagerness to get away, and the fact that you kept your hands for some time on the table, and taking into consideration your social position, and the habits associated with it, I was, so to say, with horror and positively against my will, compelled to entertain a suspicion, a cruel but justifiable suspicion. I will add further and repeat that in spite of my positive conviction, I realize that I run a certain risk in making this accusation, but as you see, I could not let it pass. I have taken action, and I will tell you why. Solely, madam, solely owing to your black ingratitude. Why, I invite you for the benefit of your destitute relative. I present you with my donation of 10 rubles, and you, on the spot, repay me for all that with such an action? It is too bad. You need a lesson. Reflect. Moreover, like a true friend, I beg you. And you could have no better friend at this moment. Think what you are doing. Otherwise, I shall be immovable. Well, what do you say? I have taken nothing, Sonia whispered in terror. You gave me 10 rubles. Here it is. Take it. Sonia pulled her handkerchief out of her pocket, untied a corner of it, and took out the 10-ruble note and gave it to Luzhin. And the 100 rubles you do not confess to taking? He insisted reproachfully, not taking the note. Sonia looked about her. All were looking at her with such awful, stern, ironical, hostile eyes. She looked at Raskolnikov. He stood against the wall with his arms crossed, looking at her with glowing eyes. Oof! Good God! Broke from Sonia. Amalia Ivanovna, we shall have to send word to the police, and therefore I humbly beg you to, meanwhile, to send for the house porter, Luzhin said softly and even kindly. God, der barmherzig! I knew she was the thief, cried Amalia Ivanovna, throwing up her hands. You knew it? Luzhin caught her up. Then I suppose you had some reason before this for thinking so. I beg you, worthy Amalia Ivanovna, to remember your words which have been uttered before witnesses. There was a buzz of loud conversation on all sides. All were in movement. What? Cried Katerina Ivanovna, suddenly realizing the position. And she rushed at Luzhin. What? You accuse her of stealing? Sonia? Ah, the wretches! The wretches! And running to Sonia, she flung her wasted arms round her and held her as in a vice. Sonia, how dared you take 10 rubles from him? Foolish girl, give it to me. Give me the 10 rubles here at once. Here. And snatching the note from Sonia, Katerina Ivanovna crumpled it up and flung it straight into Luzhin's face. It hit him in the eye and fell to the ground. Amalia Ivanovna hastened to pick it up. Pyotr Petrovich lost his temper. Hold that mad woman! What? Wait, hold on. At that moment, several other persons besides Lebesnikov appeared in the doorway, and among them the 2 ladies. What? Mad? Am I mad? Idiot! Shrieked Katerina Ivanovna. You are an idiot yourself, pettifogging lawyer, base man! Sonia, take his money! Sonia, a thief! Why, she'd give away her last penny! And Katerina Ivanovna broke into hysterical laughter. Did you ever see such an idiot? She turned from side to side. Turned? The fuck? No, turned. Turned. I don't know why I think it was anything else. She turned from side to side. And you too? She suddenly saw the landlady. And you too, sausage eater? You declare that she is a thief, you trashy Prussian hen's leg at a crinoline? She hasn't been out of this room. She came straight from you, you wretch, and sat down beside me. Everyone saw her. She sat here by Rodion Romanovich. Search her. Since she's not left the room, the money would have to be on her. Search her. Search her. But if you don't find it, then excuse me, my dear fellow, you'll answer for it. I'll go to our sovereign, the gracious Tsar himself, and throw myself at his feet today, this minute. I'm alone in this world. They would let me in. Do you think they wouldn't? You're wrong. I will get in. I will get in. You reckoned on her meekness. You relied upon that. But I'm not so submissive, let me tell you. You've gone too far yourself. Search her. Search her. And Katerina Ivanovna in a frenzy shook Lucian and dragged him towards Sonia. I am ready. I'll be responsible. But calm yourself, madam. Calm yourself. I see that you are not so submissive. Well, well. But as to that, Lucian muttered, that ought to be before the police, though indeed there are witnesses enough as it is. I am ready, but in any case it's difficult for a man, on account of her sex. But with the help of Amalia Ivanovna, though of course it's not the way to do things, how is it to be done? As you will. Let anyone who likes search her, cried Katerina Ivanovna. Sonia, turn out your pocket, see? Look, monster, the pocket is empty. Here was her handkerchief. Here is her other pocket. Look, do you see? Do you see? Ooh, this is... That's fucked up. And Katerina Ivanovna turned, or rather snatched both pockets inside out. But from the right pocket, a piece of paper flew out describing a parabola in the air fell at Lucian's feet. Everyone saw it, several cried out. Pyotr Petrovich stooped down, picked up the paper in 2 fingers, lifted it where all could see it, and opened it. It was 100 ruble not folded in 8. Pyotr Petrovich held up the note, showing it to everyone. Thief! Out of my lodging! Police! Police! Yelled Amalia Ivanovna. They must to Siberia be sent! Away! Exclamations arose on all sides. Raskolnikov was silent, keeping his eyes fixed on Sonia, except for an occasional rapid glance at Lucian. Sonia stood still, as though unconscious. She was hardly able to feel surprise. Suddenly the color rushed to her cheeks. She uttered a cry and hid her face in her hands. No! It wasn't I! I didn't take it! I know nothing about it! She cried in the face of the obvious fact, swaying her to and fro in her arms like a baby, kissing her face continually. Wait, oh shit, I fucking read the wrong paragraph. She cried with a heart-rending wail, and she ran to Katerina Ivanovna, who clasped her tightly in her arms as though she would shelter her from all the world. Sonia! Sonia! I don't believe it! You see, I don't believe it! She cried in the face of the obvious fact, swaying her to and fro in her arms like a baby, kissing her face continually, then snatching at her hands and kissing them too. You took it! How stupid these people are! Oh dear, you are fools! Fools! She cried, addressing the whole room. You don't know. You don't know what a heart she has, what a girl she is. She take it? She'd sell her last rag. She'd go barefoot to help you if you needed it. That's what she is. She has the yellow passport because my children were starving and she sold herself for us. Husband, do you see? Do you see what a memorial dinner for you? Merciful heavens! Defend her! Why are you all standing still? Rodion Romanovich, why don't you stand up for her? Do you believe it too? You are not worth her little finger, all of you together. Good God, defend her now at least! The wail of the poor, consumptive, helpless woman seemed to produce a great effect on her audience. The agonized, wasted, consumptive face, the parched, blood-stained lips, the hoarse voice, the tears unrestrained as a child's, the trustful, childish, and yet despairing prayer for help were so piteous that everyone seemed to feel for her. Pyotr Petrovich, at any rate, was at once moved to compassion. Madam, this incident does not reflect upon you, he cried impressively. No one would take upon himself to accuse you of being an instigator or even an accomplice in it, especially as you have proved her guilt by turning out her pockets, showing that you had no previous idea of it. I am most ready to show compassion if poverty, so to speak, drove Sofia Semyonovna to it. Why did you refuse to confess, mademoiselle? Were you afraid of the disgrace? The first step? You lost your head, perhaps? One can quite understand it. But how could you have lowered yourself to such an action? Gentlemen, he addressed the whole company. Gentlemen, compassionating and, so to say, commiserating these people, I am ready to overlook it even now in spite of the personal insult lavished upon me. And may this disgrace be a lesson to you for the future, he said, addressing Sonia, and I will carry the matter no further. Enough. Evening, Rivers. Pyotr Petrovich stole a glance at Raskolnikov. Their eyes met, and the fire in Raskolnikov seemed ready to reduce him to ashes. Meanwhile, Katerina Ivanovna apparently heard nothing. She was kissing and hugging Sonia like a madwoman. The children, too, were embracing Sonia on all sides, and Polenka, though she did not fully understand what was wrong, was drowned in tears and shaking with sobs as she hid her pretty little face swollen with weeping on Sonia's shoulder. How vile! A loud voice cried suddenly in the doorway. Pyotr Petrovich looked round quickly. What vileness! Lebeznikov repeated, staring him straight in the face. Pyotr Petrovich gave him a positive start. All noticed it and recalled it afterwards. Lebeznikov strode into the room. And you dared to call me as witness? He said, going up to Pyotr Petrovich. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Muttered Luzhin. I mean that you are a slanderer. That's what my words mean. Lebeznikov said hotly, looking sternly at him with short-sighted eyes. He was extremely angry. Raskolnikov gazed intently at him, as though seizing and weighing each word. Again there was a silence. Pyotr Petrovich indeed seemed almost dumbfounded for the first moment. If you mean that for me, he began stammering. What's the matter with you? Are you out of your mind? I'm in my mind, but you are a scoundrel. How vile. I have heard everything. I kept waiting on purpose to understand it, for I must own even now that it's not quite logical. Damn it, I have hiccups. What you have done it all for, I can't understand. My, what have I done then? Give over talking in your nonsensical riddles. Or maybe you are drunk. You may be a drunkard, perhaps, vile man, but I am not. I never touch vodka, for it's against my convictions. Would you believe it? He himself, with his own hands, gave Sofia Semyonovna that 100-ruble note. I saw it. I was a witness. I'll take my oath. He did it. He, repeated Lebeznikov, addressing all. Are you crazy, milksop? Squealed Luzhin. She is herself before you. She herself here declared just now before everyone that I gave her only 10 rubles. How could I have given it to her? I fucking knew something was wrong with my input. My volume keeps going up for some reason. I don't fucking know what it is. I turned off the audio enhancements, but whatever, I guess. Anyway, I shouldn't be so loud now. I noticed that I was peaking a little bit. I saw it, Lebeznikov repeated. And though it is against my principles, I am ready this very minute to take any oath you like before the court, for I saw how you slipped it in her pocket. Only like a fool I thought you did it out of kindness. When you were saying goodbye to her at the door, while you held her hand in one hand, with the other, the left, you slipped the note into her pocket. I saw it. I saw it. Luzhin turned pale. What lies? He cried impudently. Why, how could you, standing by the window, see the note? You fancied it with your short-sighted eyes. You were raving. No, I didn't fancy it. And though I was standing some way off, I saw it all. And though it certainly would be hard to distinguish a note from the window, that's true. I knew for certain that it was a 100-ruble note because when you were going to give Sofia Semyonovna 10 rubles, you took up from the table a 100-ruble note. I saw it because I was standing there then, and an idea struck me at once so that I did not forget you had it in your hand. You folded it and kept it in your hand all the time. I didn't think of it again until when you were getting up, you changed it from your right hand to your left and nearly dropped it. I noticed it because the same idea struck me again, that you meant to do her a kindness without my seeing. You can fancy how I watched you and how I saw you succeeded in slipping it into your pocket. I saw it. I'll take my oath. Lebeznikov was almost breathless. Exclamations arose on all hands, chiefly expressive of wonder, but some were menacing in tone. They all crowded around Pyotr Petrovich. Katerina Ivanovna flew to Lebeznikov. I was mistaken in you. Protect her. You were the only one to take her part. She is an orphan. God has sent you. Katerina Ivanovna, hardly knowing what she was doing, sank on her knees before him. A pack of nonsense! Yelled Luzhin, roused to fury. It's all nonsense you've been talking. An idea struck you? You didn't think? You noticed? What does it amount to? So I gave it to her on the sly on purpose? What for? With what object? What have I to do with this? What for? That's what I can't understand. But that what I am telling you is the fact, that's certain. So far from my being mistaken, you infamous criminal man, I remember how on account of it a question occurred to me at once, just when I was thanking you and pressing your hand. What made you put it secretly in her pocket? Why did you do it secretly, I mean? Could it be simply to conceal it from me, knowing that my convictions are opposed to yours and that I do not approve of private benevolence, which effects no radical cure? Well, I decided that you really were ashamed of giving such a large sum before me. Perhaps, too, I thought, he wants to give her a surprise when she finds a whole 100-ruble note in her pocket. For I know some benevolent people are very fond of decking out their charitable actions in that way. Then, the idea struck me, too, that you wanted to test her, to see whether when she found it, she would come back to thank you. Then, too, that you wanted to avoid thanks, and that, as the saying is, your right hand should not know, something of that sort. In fact, I thought of so many possibilities that I put off considering it, but still thought it indelicate to show you I knew your secret. But another idea struck me again, that Sofia Semyonovna might easily lose the money before she noticed it. That was why I decided to come in here to call her out of the room and to tell her that you put 100 rubles in her pocket. But on my way, I went first to Madame Kobilnikov's to take them to General Treatise on the Positive Method, and especially to recommend Peterbit's article, and also Wagner's. Then I come here, and what a state of things I find! Now, could I? Could I have all these ideas and reflections if I had not seen you put the 100-ruble note in her pocket? When Lebeznikov finished his long-winded harangue with the logical deduction at the end, he was quite tired, and the perspiration steamed from his face. He could not, alas, even express himself correctly in Russian, though he knew no other language, so that he was quite exhausted, almost emaciated after this heroic exploit. But his speech produced a powerful effect. He had spoken with such vehemence, with such conviction that everyone obviously believed him. Pyotr Petrovich felt that things were going badly with him. What is it to do with me if silly ideas did occur to you? He shouted. That's no evidence. You may have dreamt it, that's all. And I tell you, you are lying, sir. You are lying and slandering from some spite against me, simply from pique, because I did not agree with your free-thinking, godless social propositions. But this retort did not benefit Pyotr Petrovich. Murmurs of disapproval were heard on all sides. Ah, that's your line now, is it? Cried Lebeznikov. That's nonsense. Call the police and I'll take my oath. There's only one thing I can't understand. What made him risk such a contemptible action? Oh, pitiful, despicable man. I can explain why you risked such an action, and if necessary, I too will swear on it. Raskolnikov said at last in a firm voice, and he stepped forward. He appeared to be firm and composed. Everyone felt clearly, from the very look of him, that he really knew about it, and that the mystery would be solved. Now, I can explain it all to myself, said Raskolnikov, addressing Lebeznikov. From the very beginning of the business, I suspected that there was some scoundrelly intrigue at the bottom of it. I began to suspect from some special circumstances known to me only, which I will explain at once to everyone. They counter everything. Your valuable evidence has finally made everything clear to me. I beg all to listen. This gentleman, he pointed to the illusion, was recently engaged to be married to a young lady, my sister, Avdotia Romanovna Raskolnikov. But coming to Petersburg, he quarreled with me the day before yesterday, at our first meeting, and I drove him out of my room. I have 2 witnesses to prove it. He is a very spiteful man. The day before yesterday, I did not know that he was staying here in your room, and that consequently, on the very day we quarreled, the day before yesterday, he saw me give Katerina Ivanovna some money for the funeral, as a friend of the late Mr. Marmeladov. He at once wrote a note to my mother and informed her that I had given away all my money, not to Katerina Ivanovna, but to Sofia Semyonovna, and referred in a most contemptible way to the character of Sofia Semyonovna, that is, hinted at the character of my attitude to Sofia Semyonovna. All this, you understand, was with the object of dividing me from my mother and sister, by insinuating that I was squandering on unworthy objects the money which they had sent me, and which was all they had. Yesterday evening, before my mother and sister and in his presence, I declared I had given the money to Katerina Ivanovna for the funeral, and not to Sofia Semyonovna, and that I had no acquaintance with Sofia Semyonovna and had never seen her before indeed. At the same time, I added that he, Pyotr Petrovich Lushin, with all his virtues, was not worth Sofia Semyonovna's little finger, though he spoke so ill of her. To his question, would I let Sofia Semyonovna sit down beside my sister, I answered that I had already done so that day. Irritated that my mother and sister were unwilling to quarrel with me at his insinuations, he gradually began being unpardonably rude to them. A final rupture took place, and he was turned out of the house. All this happened yesterday evening. Now I beg your special attention. Consider. If he had now succeeded in proving that Sofia Semyonovna was a thief, he would have shown to my mother and sister that he was almost right in his suspicions, that he had reason to be angry at my putting my sister on a level with Sofia Semyonovna, that in attacking me he was protecting and preserving the honor of my sister, his betrothed. In fact, he might even, through all of this, have been able to estrange me from my family, and no doubt he hoped to be restored to favor with them, to say nothing of revenging himself on me personally, for he has grounds for supposing that the honor and happiness of Sofia Semyonovna are very precious to me. That was what he was working for. That's how I understand it. That's the whole reason for it, and there can be no other. It was like this, or somewhat like this, that Raskolnikov wound up his speech, which was followed very attentively, though often interrupted by exclamations from his audience. But in spite of interruptions, he spoke clearly, calmly, exactly, firmly. His decisive voice, his tone of conviction, and his stern face made a great impression on everyone. Yes, that's it, Lebeznikov assented gleefully. That must be, for he asked me as soon as Sofia Semyonovna came into our room, whether you were here, whether I had seen you among Katerina Ivanovna's guests. He called me aside to the window and asked me in secret. It was essential for him that you should be here. That's it. Bro schemed like a Columbo villain and tripped on his own fucking plan. That's awesome. Lushin smiled contemptuously and did not speak, but he was very pale. He seemed to be deliberating on some means of escape. Perhaps he would have been glad to give up everything and get away, but at this moment this was scarcely possible. It would have implied admitting the truth of the accusations brought against him. Moreover, the company, which had already been excited by drink, was now too much stirred to allow it. The commissariat clerk, though indeed he had not grasped the whole position, was shouting louder than anyone and was making some suggestions very unpleasant to Lushin. But not all those present were drunk. Lodgers came in from all the rooms. The 3 Poles were tremendously excited and were continuously shouting at him. The pun is a Lajdak. And muttering, what the fuck does Lidak mean, actually? Villain. Scoundrel. Okay.
Wajdak.
I'm sorry, what? Run that again? That's spelled Lajdak?
Wajdak.
Polish is not a real language. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, to be fair, it's borrowed from Czech. Well, you know what? Czech isn't a real fucking language either. Wait a second. From German Landstreicher, tramp or vagabond. German isn't a real language.
Landstreicher.
Landstreicher. God fucking damn it. English isn't a real language either. Shut the fuck up. All right, enough of that fucking tangent. And muttering threats in Polish. Sonia had been listening with strained attention, though she too seemed unable to grasp it all. She seemed as though she had just returned to consciousness. She did not take her eyes off Raskolnikov, feeling that all her safety lay in him. Katerina Ivanovna breathed hard and painfully and seemed fearfully exhausted. Amalia Ivanovna stood looking more stupid than anyone, with her mouth wide open, unable to make out what had happened. She only saw that Pyotr Petrovich had somehow come to grief. Oh, I burned through the playlist. Fuck. Hold on. I gotta find a new song for this shit. Oh wait, hold on. Ah, fuck you, Final Fantasy XIV playlist. Chat, if you ever have suggestions for me to add anything to the reading playlist, feel free to comment it on the live stream or to say it in the chat or even message or post on Discord. I don't know if you have to DM me for that. Now, where were we? She did not take her eyes off Raskolnikov, feeling that all her safety lay in him. Katerina Ivanovna breathed hard and painfully and seemed fearfully exhausted. Amalia Ivanovna stood looking more stupid than anyone, with her mouth wide open, unable to make out what had happened. She only saw that Pyotr Petrovich had somehow come to grief. Raskolnikov was attempting to speak again, but they did not let him. Everyone was crowding around Luzhin with threats and shouts of abuse, but Pyotr Petrovich was not intimidated. Seeing that his accusation of Sonia had completely failed, he had recourse to insolence. "Allow me, gentlemen, allow me. Don't squeeze, let me pass," he said, making his way through the crowd. "And no threats, if you please. I assure you it will be useless. You will gain nothing by it. On the contrary, you'll have to answer, gentlemen, for violently obstructing the course of justice. The thief has been more than unmasked, and I shall prosecute. Our judges are not so blind and not so drunk, and will not believe the testimony of two notorious infidels, agitators, and atheists who accuse me from motives of personal revenge, which they are foolish enough to admit. Yes, allow me to pass. Don't let me find a trace of you in my room. Kindly leave at once. And everything is at an end between us. When I think of the trouble I've been taking, the way I've been expounding, all this fortnight. I told you myself today that I was going, when you tried to keep me. Now I will simply add that you are a fool. I advise you to see a doctor for your brains and your short sight. Let me pass, gentlemen. He forced his way through, but the commissariat clerk was unwilling to let him off so easily. He picked up a glass from the table, brandished it in the air, and flung it at Pyotr Petrovich. But the glass flew straight at Amalia Ivanovna. Jesus. She screamed, and the clerk, overbalancing, fell heavily under the table. Pyotr Petrovich made his way to his room and half an hour later had left the house. Sonia, timid by nature, had felt that before that day she could be ill-treated more easily than anyone, and that she could be wrong with impunity. Yet till that moment she had fancied that she might escape misfortune by care, gentleness, and submissiveness before everyone. Her disappointment was too great. She could, of course, bear with patience and almost without murmur or anything, even this. But for the first minute she felt it too bitter. In spite of her triumph and her justification, when her first terror and stupefaction, had passed and she could understand it all clearly, the feeling of her helplessness and of the wrong done to her made her heart throb with anguish, and she was overcome with hysterical weeping. At last, unable to bear any more, she rushed out of the room and ran home, almost immediately after Lucian's departure. When amidst loud laughter the glass flew at Amalia Ivanovna, it was more than the landlady could endure. With a shriek, she rushed like a fury at Katerina Ivanovna, considering her to blame for everything. I guess the damage was done. Anyway. Out of my lodgings, at once! Quick march! And with these words, she began snatching up everything she could lay her hands on that belonged to Katerina Ivanovna and throwing it on the floor. Katerina Ivanovna, pale, almost fainting, and gasping for breath, jumped up from the bed where she had sunk in exhaustion and darted at Amalia Ivanovna, but the battle was too unequal. The landlady waved her away like a feather. What? As though that godless calumny was not enough, this vile creature attacks me? What? On the day of my husband's funeral, I am turned out of my lodging? After eating my bread and salt, she turns me into the street with my orphans? Where am I to go? Wailed the poor woman, sobbing and gasping. Good God, she cried with flashing eyes. Is there no justice upon earth? Whom should you protect us if not orphans? We shall see. There is law and justice on earth, there is. I will find it. Wait a bit, godless creature. Polenka, stay with the children. I'll come back. Wait for me if you have to wait in the street. We will see whether there is justice on earth. And throwing over her head that green shawl which Marmeladov had mentioned to Raskolnikov, Katerina Ivanovna squeezed her way through the disorderly and drunken crowd of lodgers who still filled the room, and wailing and tearful, she ran into the street with the vague intention of going at once somewhere to find justice. Polenka, with the two little ones in her arms, crouched, terrified, on the trunk in the corner of the room, where she waited, trembling, for her mother to come back. Amalia Ivanovna raged about the room, shrieking, lamenting, and throwing everything she came across on the floor. The lodgers talked incoherently. Some commented to the best of their ability on what had happened. Others quarreled and swore at one another, while others struck up a song. Now it's time for me to go, thought Raskolnikov. Well, Sofia Semyonovna, we shall see what you'll say now. And he set off in the direction of Sonia's lodgings. That's fucking crazy work, Rodion. What the fuck? Anyway, with that chapter down, we can, in fact, do another Floor of the Mirror dungeon. That's how we're doing this, apparently. Fuck yeah. Tango Marinade, baby! Oh, this is gonna be a good run. I can fucking feel it.
공세가 시작되기 전에 파우스트가 나서겠습니다.
연료를 가득 채우셨군요. 안심이 됩니다.
완벽한 한방.
나비가 날개 스타일. 나쁘진 않았습니다.
낙인을 새겨드리죠.
역시 우리 사무실.
At least 3 members of our
좀더 어설플
team
거라고 생각했거든요.
smoke cigars. Actually, no. Otis smokes a pipe. Well, at least 3 members of our party smoke.
많이 지쳤다.
전격발.
나머지 실력을 잘 이용하지 못하셨습니다.
사무실 직원을 더 늘릴 재정 여유.
역할대로.
How do you backseat reading a book?
첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨.
I imagine it would be spoiling the book.
좋아하는데도 다 함께 기쁨을 나눌 수만 있다면 감회가 새로워요. 그 어떤 두려움도 저를 이 궤적을 보고 나갈 수 없어.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
Oh, no. Actually, there'd be something more annoying. I am doing the voices for these written characters wrong. Or I'm mispronouncing the word at every corner. Although that's a little more justified.
관념 봉인.
Or saying you're reading this too slowly or reading this too quickly.
설령 녹아내려 추락하더라도
자신 있으면
Yeah, that shit would get you fucking popped.
이 노을이 식지 않도록 더 뜨겁게 타올라라.
더하면 피해 산출값이.
Do you think giving Rodion estrogen fixed her problems or made them worse?
모범적인
Or gave
청소
them
방식을
way new
보여줬습니다.
problems that are
인사서에
fascinating to watch?
해당 요원에 대한 평가를 성신합니다.
확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면
I don't subscribe to the idea that Limbus Company Rodion is a trans woman. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I just don't think that's the case. I know you should voice the next character with one of the promised mascot voices. Lucian comes back and he suspiciously sounds like he's tofu. And he's gonna cry every time because he's about to be exposed for being a corrupt official. That'd be fucking funny. It was a joke about gender flipping the source inspiration. Yeah, I've heard this joke before. But I also take you very seriously. Oh my goodness, we got all the gifts from this fucking floor? That's awesome. As for gender flipping Rodion and Sonia specifically, I think it alters their dynamic dramatically. I have yet to finish the book, but it kind of feels like Rodion is assigning certain qualities to Sonia. And it feels like Game Sonia is probably more reminiscent of Lebesniakov a little bit. I think the funny thing is, it's very clear that Dostoevsky doesn't have a very
그럼 입장해 보지.
fond idea of communists. He doesn't seem to like them at all.
설령 녹아내려 추락하더라도 괜찮니? 이 노을이 식지 않도록 더 뜨겁게 타올라라.
History vindicated him. Even if that's true, he has a very angry old man take about it, I think.
해체해줄게. 심장을 노려.
인발장전.
제약 계획의 규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야?
이렇게들
일단이 쉬엄쉬엄해도 괜찮을까?
이렇게들 허약해서야.
이제씨 수에선 벗어났나?
Add jails? I really don't think we should be rewarding the prison industrial complex.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네.
재정 여유는 없군.
도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을.
Next floor, full stop by bullet. Where you at? There you at. But alas, we have completed another floor, which means it's time to read another chapter. Alright, let's see. Chapter 4. Raskolnikov had been a vigorous and active champion of Sonia against Luzhin, although he had such a load of horror and anguish in his own heart. But having gone through so much in the morning, he found a sort of relief in the change of sensations, apart from the strong personal feeling which impelled him to defend Sonia. He was agitated too, especially at some moments by the thought of his approaching interview with Sonia. He He had thought to tell her who had killed Lizaveta. He knew the terrible suffering it would be to him, and as it were, brushed away the thought of it. So when he cried as he left Katerina Ivanovna's, "Well, Sofia Semyonovna, we shall see what you'll say now," he was still superficially excited, still vigorous and defiant from his triumph of illusion. But strange to say, by the time he reached Sonia's lodging, he felt a sudden impotence and fear. He stood still in hesitation at the door, asking himself the strange question. Must he tell her who killed Lizaveta? It was a strange question because he felt at the very time, not only he could not help telling her, but also he could not put off the telling. He did not yet know why it must be so, he only felt it, and the agonizing sense of his impotence before the inevitable almost crushed him. To cut short his hesitation and suffering, he quickly opened the door and looked at Sonia from the doorway. She was sitting with her elbows on the table and her face in her hands, but seeing Raskolnikov, she got up at once and came to meet him as though she were expecting him. "What would have become of me but for you?" she said quickly, meeting him in the middle of the room. Evidently, she was in a haste to say this to him. It was what she had been waiting for. Raskolnikov went to the table and sat down on the chair from which she had only just risen. She stood facing him 2 steps away, just as she had done the day before. "Well, Sonia?" he said, and felt that his voice was trembling. Is it me, or did the fucking font get bigger? No, I guess it didn't. Just like there's less words on this page for once. Fucking hell. He said, and felt that his voice was trembling. "It was all due to your social position and the habits associated with it. Did you understand that just now?" Her face showed her distress. "Only don't talk to me as you did yesterday," she interrupted him. "Please don't begin it. There's misery enough without that." She made haste to smile, afraid that he might not like the reproach. "I was silly to come away from there. What is happening there now? I wanted to go back directly, but I kept thinking that you would come." He told her that Amalia Ivanovna was turning them out of their lodging and that Katerina Ivanovna had run off somewhere to seek justice. Sorry if I made a loud-ass gulp. I get thirsty reading for 3 fucking hours, okay? "My God!" cried Sonia. "Let's go at once!" And she snatched up her cape. "It's everlastingly the same thing," cried Raskolnikov, irritably. "You've no thought except for them. Stay a little with me." "But Katerina Ivanovna?" "You won't lose Katerina Ivanovna, you may be sure. She'll come to you herself since you run out," he added peevishly. "If she doesn't find you here, you'll be blamed for it." Sonia sat down in painful suspense. Raskolnikov was silent, gazing at the floor and deliberating. "This time, Lucian did not want to prosecute you, he began, not looking at Sonia. "But if he had wanted to, if it had suited his plans, he would have sent you to prison if it had not been for Lebesnikov and me. Huh?" "Yes," she assented in a faint voice. "Yes," she repeated, preoccupied and distressed. "But I might easily not have been there. It was quite an accident, Lebesnikov's turning up." Sonia was silent. "And if you'd gone to prison? What then? Do you remember what I said yesterday?" Again she did not answer. He waited. "I thought you would cry out again. Don't speak of it. Leave off." Raskolnikov gave off a laugh, but rather a forced one. "What, silence again?" he asked a minute later. "We must talk about something, you know. It would be interesting for me to know how you would decide a certain problem, as Lebesnikov would say." He was beginning to lose the thread. "No, really. I am serious. Imagine, Sonia, that you had known all Lucian's intentions beforehand. Known, that is, for a fact that they would be the ruin of Katerina Ivanovna, and the children and yourself thrown in. Since you don't count yourself for anything. Polenka, too. or she'll go the same way. Well, if suddenly it all depended on your decision whether he or they should go on living, that is, whether Lucian should go on living and doing wicked things, or Katerina Ivanovna should die, how would you decide which of them was to die? I ask you? Sonia looked uneasily at him. There was something peculiar in this hesitating question, which seemed approaching something in a roundabout way. I felt that you were going to ask some question like that, she said, looking inquisitively at him. I dare say you did. But how is it to be answered? Why do you ask about what could not happen? Said Sonia reluctantly. Then it would be better for Lucian to go on living and doing wicked things? You haven't dared to decide even that. But I can't know the divine providence. And why do you ask what can't be answered? What's the use of such foolish questions? How could it happen that it should depend on my decision? Who has made me a judge to decide who's to live and who is not to live? Oh, if the divine providence is to be mixed up in it, there is no doing anything. Raskolnikov grumbled morosely. You'd better say straight out what you want, Sonia cried in distress. You were leading up to something again. Can you have come simply to torture me? She could not control herself and began crying bitterly. He looked at her in gloomy misery. 5 minutes passed. Of course you're right, Sonia, he said softly at last. He was suddenly changed. His tone of assumed arrogance and helpless defiance was gone. Even his voice was suddenly weak. I told you yesterday that I was not coming to ask forgiveness, and almost the first thing I've said is to ask forgiveness. I said that about Lucian and Providence for my own sake. I was asking forgiveness, Sonia. He tried to smile, but there was something helpless and incomplete in his pale smile. He bowed his head and hid his face in his hands. And suddenly a strange, surprising sensation of a sort of bitter hatred for Sonia passed through his heart. As it were wondering and frightened of the sensation, he raised his head and looked intently at her. But he met her uneasy and painfully anxious eyes fixed on him. There was love in them. His hatred vanished like a phantom. It was not the real feeling. He had taken the one feeling for the other. It only meant that minute had come. He hid his face in his hands again and bowed his head. Suddenly he turned pale, got up from his chair, looked at Sonia, and without uttering a word sat down mechanically on her bed. His sensations that moment were terribly like the moment when he had stood over the old woman with the axe in his hand, and felt that he must not lose another minute. Oh, Dostoevsky, you sly fucking dog, you have just equated the anxiety of murdering someone with loving someone. Oh, you sly son of a bitch, you slick-haired Russian bastard, you. What's the matter? Asked Sonia, dreadfully frightened. He could not utter a word. This was not at all the way he intended to tell, and he did not understand what was happening to him now. She went up to him softly, sat down on the bed beside him, and waited, not taking her eyes off him. Her heart throbbed and sank. It was unendurable. He turned his deadly pale face to her. His lips worked, helplessly struggling to utter something. A pang of terror passed through Sonia's heart. What's the matter? She repeated, drawing a little away from him. Nothing, Sonia. Don't be frightened. It's nonsense. It really is nonsense if you think about it, he muttered like a man in delirium. Why have I come to torture you? He asked suddenly, looking at her. Why, really? I keep asking myself that question, Sonia. He had perhaps been asking himself that question a quarter of an hour before, but now he spoke helplessly, hardly knowing what he said and feeling a continual tremor all over. Oh, how you are suffering, she uttered in distress. So-called Rodion enjoyers when the word tremor is mentioned. She uttered in distress, looking intently at him. It's all nonsense. Listen, Sonia. He suddenly smiled, a pale, helpless smile for 2 seconds. You remember what I meant to tell you yesterday? Sonia waited uneasily. I said as I went away that perhaps I was saying goodbye forever. But that if I came today, I would tell you who killed Lisaveta. She began trembling all over. Well, here I've come to tell you. And you really meant it yesterday? She whispered with difficulty. How do you know? She asked quickly, as though suddenly regaining her reason. Sonia's face grew pale and paler, and she breathed painfully. I know. She paused for a minute. Have they found him? She asked timidly. No. Then how do you know about it? She asked again, hardly audibly, and again after a minute's pause. He turned to her and looked very intently at her. Guess? He said with the same distorted, helpless smile. A shudder passed over her. But why do you frighten me like this? She said, smiling like a child. I must be a great friend of his, since I know. Raskolnikov went on, still gazing into her face as though he could not turn his eyes away. He did not mean to kill that Lisaveta. He killed her accidentally. He meant to kill the old woman when she was alone, and he went there. And then Lisaveta came in. He killed her too. Another awful moment passed. Both still gazed at one another. You can't guess then? He asked suddenly, feeling as though he were flinging himself from down a steeple. No, whispered Sonia. Take a good look. As soon as he said this again, the same familiar sensation froze his heart. He looked at her and all at once seemed to see in her face the face of Lisaveta. He remembered clearly the expression in Lisaveta's face when he approached her with the axe, and she stepped back to the wall, putting out her hand with childish terror in her face, looking as little children do when they begin to be frightened of something, looking intently and uneasily at what frightens them, shrinking back and holding out their little hands on the point of crying. Almost the same thing happened now to Sonia. With the same helplessness and the same terror. She had looked at him for a while and, suddenly putting out her left hand, pressed her fingers faintly against his breast, and slowly began to get up on the bed, moving further from him and keeping her eyes fixed even more immovably on him. Her terror infected him. The same fear showed itself on his face, in the same way he stared at her and almost with the same childish smile. Have you guessed? He whispered at last. Good God! Broke in an awful wail from her bosom. She sank helplessly on the bed with her face in the pillows, but a moment later she got up, moved quickly to him, seized both his hands, and, gripping them tight in her thin fingers, she began looking into his face again with the same intense stare. It was in this last desperate look, she tried to look into him and catch some last hope. But there was no hope. There was no doubt remaining. It was all true. Later on, indeed, when she recalled that moment, she thought it strange and wondered why she had seen at once there was no doubt. She could not have said, for instance, that she had foreseen something of the sort, and yet now, as soon as he told her, she suddenly fancied that she had really foreseen this very thing. Stop, Sonia. Enough. Don't torture me. He begged her miserably. It was not at all like this he had thought of telling her, but this is how it happened. She jumped up, seeming not to know what she was doing, and wringing her hands walked into the middle of the room, but quickly went back and sat down again beside him, her shoulder almost touching his. All of a sudden she started as though she had been stabbed, uttered a cry, and fell on her knees before him, and she did not know why. What have you you done? What have you done to yourself? She said in despair. And jumping up, she flung herself on his neck, threw her arms around him, and held him tight. Raskolnikov drew back and looked at her with a mournful smile. You're a strange girl, Sonia. You kiss me and hug me when I tell you about that. You don't think what you're doing. There's no one in the whole world now so unhappy as you, she cried in a frenzy, not hearing what he said. And she suddenly broke into violent, hysterical weeping. Well, she is her mother's daughter. A feeling long unfamiliar to him flooded his heart and softened it at once. He did not struggle against it. 2 tears started into his eyes and hung on his eyelashes. Then you won't leave me, Sonia? He said, looking at her almost with hope. No, never, nowhere, cried Sonia. I will follow you. I will follow you everywhere. Oh my God, how miserable I am. Why didn't I know you before? Why didn't you come before? Oh dear. Here I have come. Yes, now? What's to be done now? Together! She repeated as if it were unconsciously, and she hugged him again. I'll follow you to Siberia. He recoiled at this, and the same hostile, almost haughty smile came onto his lips. Perhaps I don't want to go to Siberia yet, Sonia, he said. Sonia looked at him quickly. Again, after her first passionate, agonizing sympathy for the unhappy man, the terrible idea of the murder overwhelmed her. In his changed tone, she seemed to hear the murderer speaking. She looked at him bewildered. She knew nothing as yet. Why, how, with what object it had been. Now all these questions rushed at once into her mind, and again she could not believe it. He's a murderer. Could it be true? What's the meaning of it? Where am I? She said in complete bewilderment. As though still unable to recover herself. How could you? You, a man like you. How could you bring yourself to it? What does it mean? Oh, well, to plunder. Leave off, Sonia. He answered wearily, almost with vexation. Sonia stood as though struck dumb. But suddenly she cried, You were hungry. It was to help your mother? Yes? No, Sonia. No. He muttered, turning away and hanging his head. Ah, fuck. I was not so hungry. I certainly did not want to... I certainly did want to help my mother, but that's not the real thing either. Holy shit. That was a really loud noise. Don't torture me, Sonia. Sonia clasped her hands. Could it all be true? Good God, what a truth! Who could believe it? And how could you give away your last farthing and yet rob and murder? Ah, she cried suddenly. That money you gave Katerina Ivanovna. That money. Can that money... No, Sonia. He broke in hurriedly. That money was not it. Don't worry yourself. That money my mother sent me, and it came when I was ill, the day I gave it to you. Razumihin saw it. He received it from me. That money was mine. My own. Sonia listened to him in bewilderment and did her utmost to comprehend. And that money, I don't even know whether really there was any money, he added softly as though reflecting. I took a purse off her neck, made of chamois leather. A purse stuffed full of something, but I didn't look in it. I suppose I hadn't time. And the things, chains and trinkets, I buried under a stone with the purse the next morning in a yard off the prospect. They're all there now. Sonia strained every nerve to listen. Then why? Why, you said you did it to rob, but you took nothing? She asked quickly, catching at a straw. I don't know. I haven't yet decided whether to take that money or not, he said, musing again. And seeming to wake up with a start, he gave a brief ironical smile. What silly stuff I'm talking, huh? The thought flashed through Sonia's mind. Wasn't he mad? But she dismissed it at once. No, it was something else. She could make nothing of it. Nothing. Do you know, Sonia? He said suddenly with conviction. Let me tell you, if I'd simply killed her because I was hungry, laying stress on every word and looking enigmatically but sincerely at her, I should be happy now. You must believe that. What would it matter to you? He cried a moment later with a sort of despair. What would it matter to you if I were to confess that I did wrong? What do you gain by such a stupid triumph over me? Sonia. Was it for that I've come to you today? Again, Sonia tried to say something but did not speak. I asked you to go with me yesterday because you were all I have left. Go where? Asked Sonia timidly. Not to steal and not to murder. Don't be anxious. He smiled bitterly. We are so different. And you know, Sonia, it's only now, only this moment that I understand where I asked you to go with me yesterday. Yesterday when I said I did not know where. I asked you for one thing. I came to you for one thing. Not to leave me. You won't leave me, Sonia? She squeezed his hand. And why? Why did I tell her? Why did I let her know? He cried a minute later in despair, looking with infinite anguish at her. Here you expect an explanation from me, Sonia. You're sitting and waiting for it. I see that. But what can I tell you? You won't understand. We'll only suffer misery. On my account. Well, you're crying and embracing me again. Why do you do it? Because I couldn't bear my burden and have come to throw it on another. So you suffer too, and I shall feel better. And can you love such a mean wretch? But aren't you suffering too? Cried Sonia. Again a wave of the same feeling surged into his heart, and again for an instant softened it. Sonia, I have a bad heart. Take note of that. It may explain a great deal. I have come because I am bad. There are men who wouldn't have come. But I am a coward and a mean wretch. But never mind. That's not the point. I must speak now, but I don't know how to begin. He paused and sank into thought. We are so different, he cried again. We are not alike. And why? Why did I come? I shall never forgive myself that. No, it was a good thing you came, cried Sonia. It's better that I should know. Far better. He looked at her with anguish. What if it really were that? He said as though reaching a conclusion. Yes, that's what it was. I wanted to become a Napoleon. That's why I killed her. Do you understand now? No? Sonia whispered naively and timidly. Only speak. Speak. I shall understand. I shall understand it myself, she kept begging him. He'll understand? Very well. We shall see. He paused and was for some time lost in meditation. It was like this. I asked myself one day this question. What if Napoleon, for instance, had happened to be in my place, and if he had not had Toulon nor Egypt nor the passage of Mont Blanc to begin his career with, but instead all those picturesque and monumental things there had simply been some ridiculous old hag, a pawnbroker, who had to be murdered too to get money from her trunk, or For his career, you understand. Well, would he have brought himself to that if there had been no other means? Wouldn't he have felt a pang at its being so far from monumental and sinful too? Well, I must tell you that I worried myself fearfully over that question, so that I was awfully ashamed when I guessed at last, all of a sudden somehow, that it would not have given him the least pang, that it would not even have struck him that it was not monumental, and that he would not have seen that there was anything in it to pause over, and that if he had no other way, he would have strangled her in a minute without thinking about it. Well, I too left off thinking about it, murdered her, following his example, and that's exactly how it was. Do you think it funny? Yes, Sonia. The funniest thing of all is that perhaps that's just how it was. Sonia did not think it at all funny. You had better tell me straight out, without examples, she begged, still more timidly and scarcely audibly. He turned to her, looked sadly at her, and took her hands. You're right again, Sonia. Of course, it's all nonsense. It's almost all talk. You see, no Limbus today. We're doing Limbus. It's just I'm reading one chapter at a time and then doing a floor. Rodion backstory. It's true. I mean, technically, that's how Rodion did technically kill someone, setting off the events of her background. Except I don't remember tattooed dudes coming. Hey, why'd you mute me? Did you know that the exclamation mark vanish command makes you fucking explode? I'm not even joking. That's like that's that I didn't do shit. That was automated. That was automated. That's awesome. Anyway, where was I? You see, you know, of course, that my mother had scarcely anything. My sister happened to have a good education and was condemned to drudge as a governess. All their hopes were centered on me. I was a student, but I couldn't keep myself at the university. I was forced for a time to leave it. Even if I had lingered on like that, in 10 or 12 years, I might, with luck, hope to be some sort of teacher or clerk with a salary of 1,000 rubles. He repeated it as though it were a lesson. And by the time my mother would be worn out with grief and anxiety, and I could not succeed in keeping her in comfort, my sister might well have fared worse. And it's a hard thing to pass everything by all one's life, to turn one's back upon everything, to forget one's mother and decorously accept the insults inflicted on one's sister. Why should one, when one has buried them, to burden oneself with others, wife and children, and to leave them again without a farthing? So I resolved to gain possession of the old woman's money, and to use it for my first years without worrying my mother, to keep myself at the university and for a little while after leaving it, and to do this all on a broad, thorough scale so as to build up a completely new career and enter upon a new life of independence. Well, that's all. Well, of course, in killing the old woman, I did wrong. Well, that's enough. He struggled to the end of his speech in exhaustion and let his head sink. Oh, that's not it. That's not it. Sonia cried in distress. How could one? No, that's not right. Not right. You see yourself that it's not right. But I've spoken truly. It's the truth. As though that could be the truth. Good God! I've only killed a louse, Sonia. A useless, loathsome, harmful creature. A human being? A louse? I too know it wasn't a louse. He answered, looking strangely at her. But I am talking nonsense, Sonia. He added. I've been talking nonsense a long time. That's not it. You're right there. There were quite other causes for it. I haven't talked to anyone for so long, Sonia. My head aches dreadfully now. His eyes shone with feverish brilliance. He was almost delirious. An uneasy smile strayed on his lips. His terrible exhaustion could be seen through his excitement. Sonia saw how he was suffering. She too was growing dizzy. And he talked so strangely. It seemed somehow comprehensible, but yet... But how? How? Good God! And she wrung her hands in despair. No, Sonia, that's not it. He began again suddenly, raising his head as though a new and sudden train of thought had struck and aroused him. That's not it. Better. Imagine... Yes, it's certainly better. Imagine that I am vain, envious, malicious, base, vindictive, and... Well, perhaps with a tendency to insanity. Let's have it all at once. They've talked of madness already, I noticed. I told you just now that I could not keep myself at the university, but do you know that perhaps I might have done? My mother would have sent me what I needed for the fees, and I could have earned enough for the clothes, boots, and food, no doubt. Lessons had turned up at half a ruble. Resuming works! But I turned sulky and wouldn't. Yes, sulkiness. That's the right word for it. I sat in my room like a spider. You've been in my den. You've seen it. And do you know, Sonia, that low ceilings and tiny rooms cramp the soul and the mind? How I hated that garret. And yet I wouldn't go out of it. I wouldn't on purpose. I didn't go out for days together, and I wouldn't work. I wouldn't even eat. I just lay there doing nothing. If Nastasha brought me anything, I ate it. If she didn't, I went all day without. I wouldn't ask, on purpose, from sulkiness. At night, I had no light. I lay in the dark, and I wouldn't earn money for candles. I ought to have studied, but I sold my books, and the dust lies an inch thick on the notebooks on my table. I preferred lying still and thinking, and I kept thinking, and I had dreams all the time, strange dreams of all sorts, no need to describe. Only then I began to fancy that... No, that's not it. Again, I'm telling you wrong. You see, I kept asking myself then, why am I so stupid that if others are stupid, and I know they are, yet I won't be wiser? And I saw, Sonia, that if one waits for everyone to get wiser, it will take too long. Afterwards, I understood that that would never come to pass, that men won't change, and that nobody can alter it, and that it's not worth wasting effort over it. Yes, that's so. That's the law of their nature, Sonia. That's so. And I know now, Sonia, that whoever is strong in mind and spirit will have power over them. Anyone who is greatly daring is right in their eyes. He who despises most things will be a lawgiver among them, and he who dares most of all will be in most the right. So it has been till now, and so it will always be. I can't even fucking talk. A man must be blind not to see it. Though Raskolnikov looked at Sonia as he said this, he no longer cared whether she understood or not. The fever had complete hold over him. He was in a sort of gloomy ecstasy. He certainly had been too long without talking to anyone. Sonia felt that this gloomy creed had become his faith and code. I divined then, Sonia, he went on eagerly. The power is only vouchsafed to the man who dares to stoop and pick it up. There's only one thing needful. One has only to dare. And for the first time in my life, an idea took shape in my mind which no one had ever thought of before me. No one! I saw clear as daylight how strange it is that not a single person living in this mad world has had the daring to go straight for it all and send it flying to the devil. I wanted to have the daring. And I killed her. I only wanted to have the daring, Sonia. That was the whole cause of it. Oh, hush. Hush, cried Sonia, clasping her hands. You turned away from God, and God has smitten you, has given you over to the devil. Then, Sonia, when I used to lie there in the dark and all this became clear to me, what is it? Was it a temptation of the devil? Huh? Hush! Don't laugh, blasphemer. You don't understand. You don't understand. Oh God, he won't understand. Hush, Sonia. Not laughing. I know myself that it was the devil leading me. Hush, Sonia, hush. He repeated with gloomy insistence. I know it all. I have thought it all over and over and whispered it all over to myself, lying there in the dark. I have argued it all over with myself, every point of it. I know it all. All. And how sick I was then of going over it all. I kept wanting to forget it and make a new beginning, Sonia, and leave off thinking. And you don't suppose that I went into it headlong like a fool? I went into it like a wise man, and that was just my destruction. And you mustn't suppose that I didn't know, for instance, that if I began to question myself whether I had the right to gain power, I certainly hadn't the right, or that if I asked myself whether a human being is a louse, it proved that it wasn't so for me. Though it might be for a man who would go straight to his goal without asking questions. If I worried myself all those days, wondering whether Napoleon would have done it or not, I felt clearly, of course, that I wasn't Napoleon. I had to endure all the agony of that battle of ideas, Sonia, and I longed to throw it off. I wanted to murder without casuistry, to murder for my own sake, for myself alone. I didn't want to lie about it even to myself. It wasn't to help my mother I did the murder. That's nonsense. I didn't do the murder to gain wealth and power, to become a benefactor to mankind. Nonsense. I simply did it. I did the murder for myself. For myself alone. And whether I became a benefactor to others, or spent my life like a spider, catching men in my web and sucking the life out of men, I couldn't have cared at that moment. It was not the money I wanted, Sonia, when I did it. It was not the money. It was not so much the money I wanted, but something else. I know it all now. Understand me. Perhaps I should never have committed a murder again. I wanted to find out something else. But something else led me on. I wanted to find out then and quickly whether I was a louse like everybody else or a man. Whether I could step over barriers or not, whether I dare stoop to pick up or not, whether I am a trembling creature, whether I have the right to kill? Have the right to kill? Sonia clasped her hands. Sonia, he cried irritably, and seemed about to make some retort, but was contemptuously silent. Don't interrupt me, Sonia. I want to prove one thing only. That the devil led me on then, and he has shown me since that I had not the right to take that path, because I am just such a louse as all the rest. He was mocking me, and here I've come to you now. Welcome your guest. If I were not a louse, should I have come to you? Listen. When I went then, so the old woman's I only went to try. You may be sure of that. And you murdered her! But how did I murder her? Is that how men do murders? Do men go to commit a murder as I went then? I'll tell you someday how I went. Did I murder the old woman? I murdered myself, not her. Dude, you also murdered her. I crushed myself once for all, forever, but it was the devil that killed that old woman, not I. Enough. Enough, Sonia. Enough. Let me be, he cried in a sudden spasm of agony. Let me be! He leaned his elbows on his knees and squeezed his head in his hands as in a vice. What suffering? A wail of anguish broke from Sonia. Well, what am I to do now? He asked, suddenly raising his head and looking at her with a face hideously distorted by despair. Oh, oops. What are you to do? She cried, jumping up, and her eyes that had been full of tears suddenly began to shine. Stand up! She seized him by the shoulder. He got up, looking at her almost bewildered. Go at once. This very minute. Stand at the crossroads, bow down, first kiss the earth, which you have defiled, and then bow down to all the world and say to all men aloud, I am a murderer. Then God will send you to life again. Will you go? Will you go? She asked him, trembling all over, snatching his two hands. squeezing them tight in hers, and gazing at him with eyes full of fire. He was amazed at her sudden ecstasy. You mean Siberia, Sonia? I must give myself up? He asked gloomily. Suffer and expiate your sin by it. That's what you must do. No! I'm not going to them, Sonia. But how will you go on living? What will you live for? Cried Sonia. How is it possible now? Why, how can you talk to your mother? What will become of them now? But what am I saying? You've abandoned your mother and your sister already. He's abandoned them already, oh God! She cried. Why, he knows it all himself. How? How can he live by himself? What will become of you now? Don't be a child, Sonia, he said softly. What wrong have I done them? Why should I go to them? What should I say to them? That's only a phantom. They destroy men by millions themselves and look on it as a virtue. They are knaves and scoundrels, Sonia. I am not going to them. And what should I say to them? That I murdered her, but did not dare to take the money and hid it under a stone? He added with a bitter smile. Why, they would laugh at me and would call me a fool for not getting it. A coward and a fool. They wouldn't understand it. They don't deserve to understand. Why should I go to them? I won't. Don't be a child, Sonia. It will be too much for you to bear. Too much, she repeated, holding out her hands in despairing supplication. Perhaps I've been unfair to myself, he observed gloomily, pondering. Perhaps, after all, I am a man and not a louse, and I've been in too great a hurry to condemn myself. I'll make another fight for it. A haughty smile appeared on his lips. What a burden to bear! And your whole life? Your whole life? I shall get used to it, he said grimly and thoughtfully. Listen, he began a minute later. Stop crying. It's time to talk of the facts. I've come to tell you that the police are after me on my track. Sonia cried in terror. Well, why do you cry out? You want me to go to Siberia and now you are frightened? But let me tell you, I shall not give myself up. I shall make a struggle for it and they won't do anything to me. They've no real evidence. Yesterday I was in great danger and believed I was lost. But today things are going better. All the facts they know can be explained two ways. That's to say, I can turn their accusations to my credit. Do you understand? I'm not sure if becoming familiar with the source makes me like Rodion better or worse. It makes me eager for her to get a proper canto. And I shall, for I've learnt my lesson. But they will certainly arrest me. If it had not been for something that happened, they would have done so today for certain. Perhaps even now they will arrest me today. But that's no matter, Sonia. They'll let me out again. For there isn't any real proof against me, and there won't be. I give you my word for it. And they can't convict a man on what they have against me. Enough. I only tell you that you may know. I will try to manage somehow to put it to my mother and sister so they won't be frightened. My sister's future is secure. However, now I believe, and my mother's must be too. Well, that's all. Be careful, though. Will you come and see me in prison when I am there? Oh, I will. I will. They sat side by side, both mournful and dejected, as though they had been cast up by the tempest alone on some deserted shore. He looked at Sonia and felt how great was her love for him, and strange to say, he felt it suddenly burdensome and painful to be so loved. Yes, it was a strange and awful sensation. On his way to see Sonia, he had felt that all his hopes rested on her. He expected to be rid at least of part of his suffering, and now, when all her heart turned towards him, he suddenly felt that he was immeasurably unhappier than before. Sonia, he said, you better not come and see me when I am in prison. Sonia did not answer. She was crying. Several minutes passed. Have you a cross on you? Have you a cross on you? So she asked, as though suddenly thinking of it. He did not at first understand the question. No, of course not. Here, take this one, of cypress wood. I have another, a copper one that belonged to Lizaveta. I changed with Lizaveta. She gave me her cross and I gave her my little icon. I will wear Lizaveta's now and give you this. Take it. It's mine. It's mine, you know. Oh wait, shit. That's Sonia. My bad. No, of course not. Here, take this one of cypress wood. I have another, a copper one that belonged to Lizaveta. I changed with Lizaveta. She gave me her cross and I gave her my little icon. I will wear Lizaveta's now and give you this. Take it. It's mine. It's mine, you know, she begged him. We will go to suffer together, and together we will bear our cross. Give it to me, said Raskolnikov. He did not want to hurt her feelings, but he immediately drew back the hand he held out for the cross. Not now, Sonia. Better later. He added to comfort her. Yes, yes, better, she repeated with conviction. When you go to meet your suffering, then put it on. You will come to me. I'll put it on you. We will pray and go together. At that moment, someone knocked 3 times the door. Sofia Semyonovna, may I come in? They heard in a very familiar and polite voice. Sonia rushed to the door in a fright. The flaxen head of Mr. Lebesniakov appeared at the door. I doubt we're going to read another chapter today, but let's continue with the Mirror Dungeon. I believe once we reach chapter 5, we'll be at part 6, and that'll be the last part of Crime and Punishment, at which point we can do one of 2 things. We can read Demian, or we can skip over to reading The Stranger, just in time for Meursault's Canto. Which is about 150 pages long, which is about the 4th of the length of this. Anywho.
Limbus Company!
동구쉔크 3과 돈키호테.
The second that fucking sound effect pressed, I saw the number of viewers change.
선배, 스승님을 행복하게 할 수 있다면
여명의
이
빛과 같이
끝에서 다 함께 기쁨을 나눌 수 있다면
Maintenance is going to hit, and so basically as soon as that happens,
저를 도망치게 할 수 없을 거야.
피해 산출값이
I will end the stream basically.
적절한 비교 자료가 있는지 모르겠어. 유사 실험 기록이 있다면 바로 전송해주게.
나비가 날개짓다. 나쁘진 않았으면 실력을 잘 이용하자.
첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 가르치시네.
이제 싱크에선 벗어났나?
이번에도 멋지게 해냈네. 엔젤라님에게 잔뜩 칭찬을 들었겠어? 당신의 노고는 이곳을 좀 더 멋지게 바꾸는데 일조할 거예요. 같은 그럴듯해 보이지만 하나도 재미없는 소리 말이야.
Ooh, poise. Yippee! I genuinely should get back into this. I do really like Pajimoon's games.
무엇이든 맞출 수 있는 탄원이니 말입니다.
Where'd you leave off?
무엇이든 맞출 수 있는 탄원이니 말입니다.
자, 판 돌아갑니다.
설령 녹아내려 추락하더라도 괜찮니? 이 노을이 식지 않도록 더 뜨겁게 타올라라.
자신 있으면 받아봐.
Oh, you left off on Hell's Chicken, goddamn.
재밌네.
You are gonna get fucking hella spoiled by the theme packs I'm doing then.
않도록 거세게
잘했습니다.
해줘야지.
실력을 잘 이용하지 못하셨을 뿐. 칼날 사출.
Fortunately, I haven't actually got into a spoiler pack for you yet. And I don't think I'm going to before maintenance hits. When I first got into HSR, I spent half a year running the calyxes in the snowfields outside of Bellabog. I hadn't even met Sampo. That's fucking awesome, dude. Did you know that you can actually skip ahead now? Not necessarily in, like, the plot, although I think that is an option, but I mean, like, just straight up in, like in gameplay, so you can get whatever characters you want. What other fucking things are there? I got the important ones, I think. Oh shit, equalizer. Wait, no. Fuck. Unlucky. One would think I should actually get caught up. Nah, I started Woo for the Cyberpunk collab.
크게 뜨고 잘 봐.
Epic, dude. Epic.
설령 노가다를 추락하더라도 괜찮니? 이 노을이 식지 않도록
칼날
더
사출.
즐겁게 타올라라.
사냥 끝. 피해 상술값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요?
그렇게 서 있으니까 시간 부르고 있던 목이 떨어져 주게.
매일 보아왔는데도
Gregor, Aura Farm immediately.
감회가 새로워요.
차프가
맘속에
예상한
나 같은
것보다
운동법
움직임이 더
적용하기도 어려운데 대단한 걸.
나중에 분석해볼 만한 가치가 있겠어.
자신 있으면 받아봐.
매우 효과적인 행수입니다. 워프 일자 연산 시스템은
훌륭하구나.
해당 행동의 약 14%
I raided this bitch.
기여되어 있음을 판단했습니다.
심장을 노려.
역시 우리 사무소의
방금 멈췄어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이러면 승리도 쉬워지겠지? 우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공허대 같았어.
There are two I don't blame myself on. I stalled on Arknights quite literally because I had the first four chapters. The first four chapters are the gacha equivalent to post AR 14. Oh god.
능숙히 단계되었구나.
이 궤적을 보고 떠올리시길. 나를 비추는 주옥빛이 꺼지지 않도록 거세게 휘몰아쳐라.
그렇게 서 있으니 목이 떨어질 수가.
전탄격발.
적에게 치명상을 입혔습니다. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한
I have to be careful that Otis's bullet count doesn't reach 7.
저는 언제나
저는 제약 계획에 근무를
It's at 4 now.
더하면 다음 저희를 헤아릴 수 없다면
I'm sure this won't cause any problems for any of us.
자신 있으면 받아봐.
I'll simply keep pressing win rate, and nothing bad will ever happen.
해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야.
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든. 나보다 날개짓 나쁘진 않았으면 실력을 잘 이용하지
만나게 시간입니다.
Alright, she's at 5.
격발. 고통 없어.
단격발.
많이 지쳐.
실력을 잘 이용하지 못하셨을 뿐.
알리사가 감도를
Oh, it's disposal time, baby.
실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요. LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상 값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어.
자신 있으면 받아봐.
저 개천
Dodge this, bitch.
관리자가 상황을
너도
효과적인
전부
공격
다 대처로 배치를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 이대로는 않았습니다. 쉽게 하지 않아요. 잘 이용하지 못하셨을 뿐. 전부 펼쳐낸 나비처럼.
Oh god, I love that attack weight, baby. Oh!
역시 우리 사관에 많이 지쳐. 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수가.
단격발.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘.
Meursault aura farm immediately. Will be done, manager.
알리사가 감도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다
자신 있으면 받아봐.
LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상 값과 다르게 여기는 쓸 수 있게 그렇게 서 있어. 양질의 데이터를 목이 떨어질 수가.
다음.
Wow, I didn't even get to use Gregor's ego. That's great.
정말 멋진 활약이었어. 내일도 꼭 불러주기야. 세상이 평화로워지는
Well,
건 기쁜
all right,
거야.
everyone. Apparently, I can't
근데
continue any further because maintenance has started.
지금처럼 조용하려나?
Overall, I'm optimistic, and we might finish Crime and Punishment next week. In fact, I might just go ahead and do that to make up for the fact that I only streamed for like an hour last week. So, the game was struggling to close for some reason. Anyway, shit. I guess that's it. Thank you everyone for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow or maybe tonight. I don't know. Maybe a surprise Diablo stream? Don't count on it though. If it does happen, I'll let you guys know as soon as I can, but if not... Anyway, have yourselves a pleasant evening, afternoon, morning, whatever time it is, wherever you are, and I'm gonna go at lunch, dinner? Yeah, that. See you guys. Bye.